Hello? Is that working? Oh, it do be a little loud. I hear it. Yippee, we're back! You know what's crazy? I think the audio fixed itself too. It was way too quiet. But now it's good. It's a good volume. I wonder if something happened with Windows. Anyways, hello everybody! Konjach 2. Yes, take 2. What about thank you? I must say hello everybody! From earlier, from pre-stream, thank you Boyo for the sub. Thank you. Welcome back for another month. Hello Boyo, and congrats on the first month. Hello. And thank you Starkey Deshu for the 39. Oh my god, they're almost 40. Risa, thank you Star. Hello, thank you for shouting out Star earlier. Alpha, thank you. Hello everybody. Hello again. Hello Mon. Hello Alpha. Hello Star. Hello Steel. Hello Boyo. Hello Doremi. Doremi. Hello. Oh, hello Goose. Hello Pixel. Welcome in. 2 jazz streams in a day. Not this again. Oh, hello Dust. Welcome in. Why the headband? Do you guys love the headband? You don't want to see my head? You don't want to see my head? My forehead? Man, I keep forgetting. I mean, with only one day in between streams, I don't remember to do a lot of things. One sec. I must do my Love and Deep Space dailies. I forgot to do it. I kept myself busy all day today. Oh my god, boy, do I have stories for you guys. And by stories, I mean I actually wrote them down on a sticky note this time so that I don't forget my topics. Not too many, not too much stuff, but I do have some things to talk about. I woke up early today. Okay. Love and Deep Space. Done. Twisted Wonderland? Hello Shadow, welcome in. I miss Balchu. Maybe she'll come back in the future, but not anywhere now. Are you guys ready for bug snacks? Actually, it's funny that Star was here earlier. When I started, I forgot that Star was with us when we started bug snacks. I actually don't remember anything about bug snacks from last year, but I was looking at the VOD. Very wonderful. I'm happy that Star was there. If Star, if you're still here and you want to pop in, let me know. Okay, but otherwise, let's get in here. Wait, is my controller even connected? Oh, yes. Let's get to it. Did you bring the snacks? Because I brought the bugs. Or was it the other way around? I don't remember. Wow. Oh, I need glasses. I forgot.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? I'm here, but I'm in the middle of a raid. Oh, okay. No worries. Gambar on the Final Fantasy. What are we doing? Last we left off, there was a ghost. Oh, Chandlo, right? Yuri Lowenthal's character showed up and he left.
Hey, what's up?
What does she want? Talk. Don't do that, you fucking weirdo. What's going on?
Bestie! I was just looking for you.
Is the audio okay?
Now that Wiggle's back, Snacksburg is finally interesting again. I'm in the mood for some snacking
Look
and
at the
snooping.
look at the ass in
But,
that thing.
Everybody here gets all quiet when I'm around. But they trust you Right, bestie? So here's what I'm thinking. You dig up dirt on Wiggle and share it with me.
Okay.
And maybe I'll tell you something good in return.
I have no loyalty here. I'm on it. Look at this. Oh, sorry. Don't look at my tummy like that. Look at the cheeks on that thing. Wait, I can pick it up? Wait. Aww! I stood it up! Okay, dig up dirt on Wiggle. How do I do that? Oh, hello, CK. Welcome in. Hello. Oh, hello, Nan. Welcome in. Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. Your silly ass nose and your pat of butter. Oh my god, I had waffles today. It was so yummy. I haven't had waffles in so long. Went to a local diner. Hello. Oh, find out Wiggle.
Go on, Charlie.
What?
Just
What the
follow
hell?
Papa's pointer. Or don't. That's fine too.
How's training?
We're off to a bit of a slow start. It went so easy with Sprout. I just don't know what's going wrong now. Maybe Sprout can help. I'm sure he could show Charlie the ropes. What do you say?
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty. Now just use Sprout to lead Charlie back to my
Oh
barn.
shit. Training day. Oh god. Okay. Where's his barn? Sprout. Sprout. Over here. No. Wait, you can't go in here? How are you supposed to get there then? Oh, I can move. I'm so dumb. I can move too. You got it, King. Right there. Yo, he's blocking him! Oh, you bitch. What's his Wambone? I don't remember his real name. You did it. Isn't that it? Isn't that it? To the finish. Oh, I can leave. Wait, I'm not supposed to leave. Guys, where? Finish. 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 It says finish right there. What do you want? What do you want from me? I'm done. I'm done. What do you want from me? Is this not the finish line? It says finish right there. What the hell, bro? This music. Oh shit, there's a volcano. I don't understand. I don't understand. Help? Help? Good waffle is so good. Drench that thing in whipped cream like you're Leslie Dope and go to town on it. Oh yeah. Or the like whipped butter or whatever they put on top. So good. Also, shout out to the air fryer. My waffle was like completely wet and soggy by the time I like was taking it to go. And then popped it in the air fryer for 10 minutes and it's like I didn't think it could be saved, but it shout out to air fryers. What is happening? I don't understand. What do you want from me? Do we not? We went the right way. What the hell was that? What happened to my... They crushed it? What the hell happened? When you hear the fucking glass crushing sound? I don't understand. Does it have to start from the beginning? I don't understand. Oh! Use the buggy ball to guide Charwi. My bad. It was my bad. I didn't see the little guy. Okay, are you coming? Are you coming? Okay, well, how do I get this to come? How do I get this to come? Come along! Oh, guide RT. Yeah. Oh, God. Seems to be filling the void that Sprout left. Loves chocolate. Oh. 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 Okay. Okay, quick. Go now before your delicious coating leaves. What? Why do they keep crushing my guy? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with these people? Fucking Beffica, bro. Yo! Yo! Get away from him! What's happening? Wait, how did I get through the first time? Why are they so evil? Okay, I gotta do this fast. Oh shit. Maybe I can't like... Oh, Wiggle is just looking at it. Go, go, go! What? What the fuck is wrong with these bitches? You're making me waste all my... Okay, don't move. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm gonna lose it. I made it stink. This is the first thing we're doing. I didn't even get to tell a story yet. Okay. Hurry the fuck up. What are you doing? Why are they fast as fuck? Quebo! What if I run out of chocolate sauce? How did I do this the first time? How did I do this the first time? Oh, hello, Resident. Welcome in. Till the island stinks. So true. Okay, okay. I can outmaneuver them. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Okay. They'll break it this time. Okay. You motherfuckers. Get up. Is this supposed to be this hard? I swear to God. I don't think I've ever... I haven't played this level, I'll be honest. But I don't think it's supposed to be this hard. What's wrong with you? That's my bestie. Hold on! Okay, okay. No, 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 what the hell? Ah. First problem is getting it over here. Second problem is... Okay! Now! Go, 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 go. I'm gonna lose it! What are you doing? Anyways, I hope you guys are doing well today. Happy Wednesday. Now, oh, I drenched. I drenched Bilbo in it. Okay. Okay. Can I do it? Get away from him! Okay, okay. Go, go, go! Yes! Yes! Oh. Thank fuck. Oh.
Charlie! Oh, who's a good boy? Charlie's a good boy. Yes, he is.
That's a... Okay.
Well, it's a start. But I'm a long ways off from teaching them to spell out "We love you, Papa." Why, I have to cover myself in sauce every morning just to get them to pay attention to me. But that's just the way it goes. You pour every
Yikes.
little bit of love you got into somebody and you just hope they notice.
Any Gramble enjoyers here? Are you like this too?
Sometimes I wake up at night and I see something out there, like a shadow watching me from the tree line. I try calling out to it, but it disappears before I get a good look at
What
it.
the fuck?
Bye.
Okay, bye. What the hell? What is this? What is that? Oh, it's just default plants. Gonna start getting bug snacks, war flashbacks from that one. No, the voices. Nah, I'm sure it's fine.
Nice night out.
Yeah, you got a thing too. Oh, the update. Wait, I forgot. I still need to have Twitch open on my iPad. Oh, Peanut. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello.
Nothing yet. Think something might be wrong with the soil. Too dry or maybe too wet. Either way, something needs fixing. Why don't you fetch me a big old fibrous bug snack?
Oh,
like a
fibrous.
Spuddy? I got a plan.
Wait, but you already ate one.
Chilly tonight, huh?
Shit. Do I have? Oh, I have more. Here you go. Oh, potato teeth. Oh, aluminum foil
Like a
teeth.
campfire.
Nothing like a campfire.
That's not for me. No, you go and feed that to Philbo.
What?
Then, hole up by the outhouse for a spell. When his business is done, gather up the fertilizer.
Ah, yes. Fertilizer.
You know, night soil, waste, spud cruds. Come on, don't make me get crude now.
Poop.
It's chilly tonight, huh?
You should have told me that you wanted me to feed him. I already fed you, bro. You're lucky I have another one. Hello. I'm supposed to feed this to you.
Oh,
Horn? You want a horn?
awesome!
Oh.
Nothing like a campfire.
Gonna make him
Though,
chopper
suddenly,
soon.
I'm
Oh.
feeling nature call. Sorry, gotta go.
Yeah.
Nothing like
That's Ryu GP5. Let me grab fill up on chocolate. You done there, bro? Oh, thank you.
Hey!
Hey. Oh, he put it in a bag. How kind of him. Bunger. So true. We love Bunger. Na na na. Yeah, we chillin'. Bug snacks maxin'. Oh yeah. Just like me, for real, minus the hot dog schnoz. But everything else, you got the other bug snacks too. Wow, look at how beautiful the moon is. Do I have to donate? These are not new to him. Okay, here's your poop, bro.
Ah, nothing like getting toasty.
Got your fertilizer.
Woo-wee! That stink could raise the dead. Whew. That's bound to be potent enough for my soil. Thanks, stranger.
Yeah.
Another fine day behind us.
We are such freaks. This game is crazy. It's only 8:30. Okay, I gotta wait for midnight. Bow, bow, bow. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else doing these quests. I've watched Sherma play this game, and I don't think he did these quests. He just did the story. 2 sub sandopedes. Apparently, I've caught them before, but I don't remember how. I don't remember how. I might need a bug snacks guide. Let me fast travel. Sandopede is in Scorch Gorge, right? I'm gonna look this up. How to catch Sandopede. Trip it using the trip shot. The hell is that? Trip shot. Trip shot is obtained at Sugar Pine Woods. What? From Snorpy. Who the fuck? I have not met this person yet, I don't think. Maybe... Is that later? I think that is later. Okay, okay. Wait, then how have I caught it before? Hey, bestie. Oh, I forgot about these. Lost it in the trees near my cave. What's in it? How did I lose it? Find it. Maybe I'll tell you. Pattern. Okay. Let me check my Pokedex. Oh, hello, Valteria. Welcome in. Oh, thank you for the Tofi redeem. Welcome back to Miss Tofi from her lovely trip away. Here we go. Thank you. Thought you caught a sub something before? Yeah, right? Me too. Yeah. Wait, no, I haven't. Wait a second. Wait a second. I guess I haven't. Silly me. My bad. Might as well go look for Beffica's thing, I guess. Does she live in Garden Grove? I don't remember. She lives right outside the Snacksburg, right? Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, here we go. Here's Beffica's house. She lost her bag somewhere near the cave, near this cave. Snack pod. Okay. Where's her stinking bag? Nope, that's going in. Nearby, eh? Wonder where her bag is. Oh, Animal Crossing trees. Bag. Bag. This one. Bag. Lost it in the trees near my cave. Okay. Good to know. Lost it in the trees. Which tree though? How am I supposed to grab it if it's in the trees? Blunger, please don't beat me up. I'm just here looking for a bag. What is that? Foil shreds. This pile of foil wrapper is evidence of a snack pod. It seems like it won't reappear until all 5 snack pods in this area have been caught. What? Okay. I can do that. If I see him. Wow, look how big the moon is. Game might make me hungry. I feel you. That's why I ate before stream. Ah, look up in the sky. Escalado Y. That's why you gotta bring the snacks. Exactly. Exactly. Where the heck? Why did they have accents? I got 2 of them. I think. I want to drink it so bad. Oh, I still haven't had a Dr. Pepper since we last talked about it. Okay, there's another one. It's so high up though. Nothing is impossible. You can do it. Nope. How about this one? I gotta get up there somehow. Oh. Okay, up here. What the hell? Ah! Oh shit, it's already 1 a.m. Fuck! I'll have to wait till the next day. Okay. Launch pod. Snack trap. And then... Nope. Wait, why did I go with it? Oh! I didn't even need this. Just needed to launch myself. Okay, where's the other one? Oh, hello, Bueno. Welcome in. How'd the chips get all the way up there? That's a great question. Okay, the other thing is here. Right? Yeah. Wait, I'm at the bottom again. What the hell? Okay, maybe I'll just launch myself. Come on. Oh. Empty one biome of all of its snack pods. Uh-oh. I got an achievement. That's not good. Now where was... I died. Where was the foil? Still haven't found the bag. Where was it? We were looking up at the sky, asking a lot of why, and then... Was it before looking up? Ah! Oh my god, you scared the fuck out of me. Yep, yep. Five. I only have 4. I only have 4. Wait, we're missing one. I have to do this before anything else. We must wait. But it said I've emptied the biome. There's no more snack pods. I still haven't seen the bag. Anybody seen Bevika's bag? Lost it in the trees. Does that mean I have to catch... Holy shit, that tree is hollow. Wait. That's not what she means, is it? How do I get in here? Oh. No, I can't. Okay. Lost it? Oh! I see it, I think. Do you see it? Over there? Over there! Now... Oh! I'm on! Oh! Sugoi. Okay. Oh. Okay. Here's what you do. I can't. Oh wait, I can aim it. Oh, yes! Yes! Bevika! That's awesome. I didn't know you could come up here. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, let's fucking go. So anyways. I slept like 3 hours today. A stream started. If you were wondering why stream is so late today, it's because I slept like 3 hours today. And I had to take a nap, but I took my nap kind of late because I was trying to be productive.
It's all going well?
Hello. But yeah, I woke up. It's been a long time since I woke up this early. Wait, let's do Bevika's story.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, wait, I found your bag though. No, I don't want to feed you. No! Oh, wait, I can undo it. She spat it back out. I didn't mean to do that. Hello, man. Welcome in. Oh, shit. Congrats on the new first. Congratulations. Yeah. I did it. Don't I have... I grabbed it, right? How do I, I grabbed it, right? It said I did it. Oh, maybe...
Gramble's so touchy because he never sleeps. Seriously.
What the heck?
So here's what I'm thinking. And maybe...
Uh-oh. I did it, though. Right? Please don't tell me I didn't actually pick it up. No. It says I did. Because it's checkmarked. I haven't done this one. I don't understand, though. Alright, let's just do the wiggle quest. I'm gonna go sleep. But yeah, oh my gosh. I did a little... I sold something on Facebook Marketplace yesterday. Hello? And lady picked it up this morning. But she was like, is 9 o'clock okay for you? Oh, hello, Wiggle. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And I was not gonna tell her I mean, I can't be like, no. I mean, I guess I could, but I wanted to seem like a normal person with a normal schedule. So I believed, and I was like, yeah, I can do 9 o'clock. And I went to sleep at 6. Woke up at 9. She eats? No way. She eats his kids?
Come on, Queeble. Don't be shy. Come on. Wiggle needs a midnight snack. Darling! What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm just looking to spend some time with Gramble. Alone.
Ew.
Feed me the sandalpede, and I...
Caught. She sure was caught.
Sprout! Huh?
Oh shit, I should have woken him up. Yikes. Crispy snack pod. Crispy. Aw. Is that my lip balm?
Tropicabo.
I got a lip balm holder, knitted or crocheted. Alright. Oh, I have mail.
Ooh.
Thought you might need this map to help navigate the trickier trails of Snacktooth. You know, it feels kind of weird being back in civilization, but I'm happy for it all the same. Feel free to stop by for a chat any old time. Aw, map of Snacktooth.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, it's mail only. OMG, thanks for finding my dice bag. I was playing games in the cave by myself when a Friday tried to climb in the window. I panicked and threw my bag at it and missed, lol. Fuzzy heart rug. Be fry. Oh my god, what? Hey buddy, thanks for hanging out and telling scary stories. I'm not the biggest fan of getting spooked, but I'm lucky I've got a friend like you to keep my courage up. Aw. Darling, I'm in trouble. I was walking the beach with a sack of my old grumpy awards like I do when I was struck with a powerful wave. I shook it off, but my awards were carried out to sea. Okay.
Hey.
According to my research, shy weenie worms just can't stand ketchup. I kind of want to see how much exactly. Would you please scan the shy weenie worm that's got ketchup on it? Okay. I can do that. Let me decorate. Build mode. It's so nasty. Girl, you giving me your old junk? Oh! Yay! That's so cute. Aww. Aww. Be fry. That moment you got to bed like a few hours before you need to wake up, that was me today too. Oh, is that why you're tired too? Oh no. Yeah, I got up in time. I was very on time. Actually. She's sleeping with her weenie arm. It looks so funny. Like she's cuddling a sausage, a hot dog. Actually, I need you to wake up. I did your quest. Get up!
Hey.
Hey. Wiggle broke into Gramble's barn.
OMG! Sounds like Wiggle has a nasty habit. I feel bad for Gramble. Those two just aren't gonna last. In my old life, I would have killed to get dirt on Wiggle Wigglebottom. I used to take pictures for GMZ, you know. And whoever
Oh,
else might be buying.
she was a paparazzi for real. Who else was buying?
That's all you get to know. Client confidentiality. But I'll tell you something else. Have you found any snack pods?
Yeah!
They're the best snack ever because they don't even move. But they're a little hard to find if you aren't observant like me. There might be some hiding by my old cave. And I know a certain Grumpus who might want some.
Oh! Whoa! What are you doing? Ah! Ah! I'm scared. What the fuck? You're freaking me out. You're freaking me out. Are you picking her up? No! I wasn't touching her at all. I was literally backing up to leave. What the fuck?
Hey
Like
there, how's it
campfire.
going? Have you found any snack pods yet? They're the best snack. There might be some.
Are you talking about you? She wants one? Okay, I will give it to your right foot. One chip.
Can't say I miss
Chip
that
leg.
cave, but I do miss these. Thanks, bestie.
Of course,
Like a
bestie.
campfire.
Alright. Bopsicles. How do I get a bopsicle? Have I gotten the bopsicle before? They're just popsicles, right? Have I not even seen one yet? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Look at his evil ass face. It's only 2,600 calories though. Only. Oh, one Poptic is only 100. That's fucked up. One piece of popcorn. I guess I haven't done popsicles yet. Map? Map? Wait, the map didn't even do anything. Map of Snack Tooth. Sugar Pine Woods map. Squitch Gorge is where we were, right? She's possessed. Someone get a Bugsorcist in here. Bugsorcist! I'm afraid nothing can save her now. She's cooked. Oh, this bitch again. Okay. Happy 5 a.m. Oh. Oh. Why does it sound like a plane is going by? Oh, please don't be angry at me. I'm scared. Wait. What's the animal that Gramble needs? This one? A pattern in my dreams. Pattern on the tablecloth. Is there a bug snack that looks like that? Is that like the butterfly thing? Think that volcano's gonna erupt? Oh, hey, dude.
If you make
my feet into big bopsicles, then walking the hot sands would be a breeze.
I don't have.
But I gotta warn you, you won't find bopsicles in the desert. Better look elsewhere, pal.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm lost. Flavor Falls. How do I... We've been there. How do we get to a new area? Maybe I should go back. Maybe I should go back. I'm freaking lost. Popsicles in the desert. Wait. Baba. Rivers. Popsicles in the desert. The last days in the lost hand. Is that really the lyrics? Creating new life. Popsicles in the desert. Yerp. What is this? A Floofty's lab, a collection of Bunsen's, beakers, and Besselheims. Floofty uses them for science, probably. Whoa. Wow. Just a dead body out here. Grumpus skeleton. A fully intact skeleton brought in from the desert dig. Cause of death unknown. I should scan stuff more. Strange statue. Disembodied skull makes for a charming paperweight. Naruhodo. Grumpy baby. Seems like Bilbo collects these beanbag dolls. Cute. Cute. Oops. Oh. It's Filbo's? It's not even Beffica's? Why does Beffica have it then? What are you doing?
Sometimes I wake up at night. I try calling out. Take care.
Okay, bye. How the hell do I get to frozen area? Popsicles, eh?
Everything good?
Yerp. Oh no, no eat.
You know, I've been calling you stranger, but you've been around a while. Need a new name. Sorry, I'm not creative, stranger. We'll see you later.
Who would you guys romance out of everybody here? Everybody in this
Howdy.
in this place? Who would your guys' love interest be? Try Flavor Falls. Cause of death got in Floofty's way. Did I read that already? I can't remember. Scary though. Yeah, we were just here. Wait, were we? Yeah, we were just here. Oh, I knew it. Have I gotten you already? Yes, I have. Rudo. Live. I'm not loving the options. Can I romance a bunger? Bunger's gonna fuck you up. The bunger's gonna fuck you up. Are you sure? Bingo. Bingo. Oh, another one. Twisty. Yeah, they're dream. What the heck? No, I agree though. The options are not great. Everyone's kind of stanky. No offense. What is that? Oh. I'm lost. I'm so lost. Hello. Let's catch one. I don't think this is... Oh! Yay! New snack! Wait, something else just fell!
Olive.
Ah! No! What was it? What was it? What was it? Oh my god. Go! Go! What the hell? Oh, I'm up. What is that? Okay, maybe if I wait here, it'll happen again. I'll swoop in. Oh my god, they got little onion legs! I never noticed. They're so cute. It could happen again, you never know. This sauce is revolting? Yo, I like ranch dressing. Something else fell. I don't think I'll make it though, and I don't know what fell. And I was so right to pick bug snacks for today. It did get hot today. Something else fell again. But I don't know what it is. Why is it so goofy coated? Coated. Oh, what is it? What is it? Get me over there! Oh my god. The pickle is naked! Wait! Yes! Oh my god. Hello? Ah! Yes! Oh my god. Good catch. Good catch. Hello, Raiders! Hello, Zion? Zion? Every time. Oh my gosh. Hello everybody, welcome in. The sun flock is here to shine with you. Cute! Thank you for bringing your sun flock over here. Hope you had a good stream. Otsu! It has... What is this? Caramel goop. Only appears when it rains. Interesting. Sion! Right. Oh my gosh, it's been too long. Hello! Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good stream. Otsu. And thank you for bringing your community over. What were you guys up to? Chatting? Were you guys doing anything else? I'm here playing bug snacks. We're chilling. We are catching bugs that are also snacks. I can aim this? Oh. I want to keep it though. Are you winning? I'm winning! I'm winning now. I just caught 2 bug snacks. Awesome. Awesome. Big recommend this game if you're looking for a Pokemon like game to play, kind of. I think this game's a little messed up, but no spoilers. I did, yippee! Singing and testing out different features for future streams. Oh, that sounds fun. We love a good admin stream every now and then. I hope you had a good time. Thank you again for being a community over. Feel free to get some rest. No need to stay if you gotta go. And yeah, I'll be here for a bit longer, but thank you so much for the raid. Big appreciate. What is this? Holy shit. Veggie bits. Evidence of a bug snack. The carrot? Shit. They died? Why are there so many of them dead? Okay, well, I'm happy we caught a new bug. But also, I still don't know. I still don't know. Should I look it up? Should I be a little cheater? Maybe I will. Bug snacks area after. What was the area? Scorched Gorge. I need to return both Chandlo and Snorpy to Snacksburg. From Sugar Pine Woods. Didn't she give me the map? How do I use it though? How do I use this? Bug snacks. How to use Sugar Pine Woods map. Oh, wait. Wait a second. Is this the beach? No. I saw Lisbeth looking down on camp from between the trees beneath the snow line. What are you talking about? Am I dumb? I might be a little silly. Did I do Wiggles interview yet? I did, right? Didn't we? Cromdo. Maybe we haven't yet. Maybe we haven't yet. What we lost on? I'm lost everywhere. I'm lost everywhere. Let's go see. Let's go chat with the Wiggle. Wiggle bottom jeans. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Pinko! So cute! Aww!
Pinko!
Wibbone!
Hey, how's it going?
Ugh. It's got something in his mouth. Oh, Wiggle. Perfect. Hey.
Feed me the sandalpede.
I interviewed her already. What the heck? Locate video diary number 4. According to IGN, map guides you to a specific location from the entrance to Sugar Pine Woods. Go uphill and... But where is Sugar Pine Woods? How do I know? Okay. To access Sugar Pine Woods, you need to convince Wiggle, Gramble... Who is
How's it
Gramble?
going?
Who's Gramble? Hilba, who is Gramble? Oh, he's already here. And Triffany, which is her, to come back to Snacksburg. Once you've done that, talk to Philbo and complete the story event. Okay. Didn't we
Find
do
the other
that?
Grumpuses, find out what they know, and convince them to come back to town. I'll see ya.
What is this? Girl?
Doing good?
Oh!
Sure. Sounds like a real hoot.
I have an interview. I have an Triffany! She's the one I need to interview. What the hell? These guys. Oh, have a good look, Sion. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah. Have a good day.
Oh, I go digging up bits of history and try to piece them back together. It's usually not so dramatic. Just an old coin or a severed toe under a rock. But this island's chock full of finds.
All right. In your name?
Oh, goodness, my name. I'm Triffany Lottablog.
Why come to Snacktooth Island?
I heard about the trip to Snacktooth and thought, well, I could keep scraping at odds and ends till the day I die. Or I could really get out there. Try following in Grandma's footsteps.
Grandma? Who's Grandma?
You might have heard of Bronica Lottablog, an adventuring type just like Lisbert. She filled up our old house with relics and sketches, taught me to love history. Bless her heart.
Thoughts on Bugsnax?
Amazing, don't you think? We got paintings of Bugsnax from 1,000 years ago. Grumpus civilization rises, collapses, and turns to dust. But the Bugsnax, they always stay.
Bugsnax is
They're walking
forever.
records of history.
Why'd you leave town?
It's less I left and more I stopped coming back. I wasn't even there when the fight broke out. Imagine
fight?
me coming home to find Wambus all red in the face and at Bramble's throat.
Oh God. Is that why you and Wambus split? Grambus. New ship name just dropped?
No, nothing so simple as that. I wanted him to come with me to the ruins, honest. But he wouldn't give up his farm, not even for me. Stubborn fool.
Any info on Lisbert?
Lovely gal, that Lisbert. Wasn't often we'd both be in town at the same time. And when we were, we'd usually be in the medical tent, getting treated by Agabel. We'd swap stories about what we found and show off our grisliest scars.
You two got injured that often?
Adventuring is a dangerous business.
What does that sound?
Archaeology less so, but the Lottablog method can be unconventional. Bugged the heck out of Agabel. She never liked to see anyone hurt. Least of all Liz.
What happened to Lisbert? The sound is
You know,
running through my
out
brain.
here, it's only a matter of time before you fall in a hole or get wedged in a crevice.
We fell
Especially with all these
in the
earthquakes
pit.
shifting the geography around. Not to be morbid, but it could be 1,000 years before somebody
Oh my
finds
God.
where Lisbert wound up.
What the heck? No way. Thanks, Triffany. I learned a lot.
Oh, you're too kind. I'm just
She's so
happy to
cute.
chip in and solve a mystery or two. Speaking
Or
of
two.
mysteries,
You have something for
you
me?
betcha. Lisbert stashed a journal in the ruins.
Oh,
for
finally.
safekeeping.
Plot.
I can't get it open without damaging whatever's inside. I'm
Damn, her
thinking you
cheeks.
might have better luck with it. Anywho, I've nearly talked your ear off. Better get back to work, eh?
A locked journal. I need a key. I have a key. Diary key. Oh. You picked up Liz's notes on a secret code. Check your journal for details. Sick.
Hey, Wiggle.
Aloha.
Why was he looking at me when he said that? Everyone's name is so silly, yet I still have trouble remembering who was who, with few exceptions. Me too. It's just been a while, I'm guessing. Really be like the streaming services names meme? That show is on Wampus. It's streaming on Gilbert. we have it's on Filbo. It's currently streaming on Wampus. You can watch it on Cromdo. You can see it on Wiggle. Watch it on Gramble. See it on Chandlo. It's on Floofty right now. It's on Clumby. Clumbernut. So true. Wait, I forgot to check the... My key items? Okay. Strange device notes. The door is attached to some ancient mechanisms. Looks like it might take at least 3 Grumpuses to activate these. Okay. Looks like I need to weigh down the pressure plates in order. First left. Unfortunately, it cuts off there. Does that really help? Your diary 1 and 2. Don't I need the others? What do I do now? Hey! Hey, who's in there?
Nice to see ya.
No. Let's chat.
You know, we're the 5th major group to settle here. Looks like Grumpuses have been
It's literally on
rediscovering
Columbo.
Bugsnax for millennia.
Oh, Minnesotan?
Talk to you later.
I was just gonna ask, is this like... Does she have a Midwest... Is that what a Midwestern accent is? Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Shit. That got a nice bed. Aww. Bugsnax concept art. Okay, I'm still lost. That did not really do... Maybe there's something in the middle. Holy cow. Oh, blacksmithing. Very cool. Pew, pew, pew. 2 beds! And there were 2 beds! With no mattress. Just wood with some tape. Dang. I was trying to find which way this is the door, but they've both been like ran into. Wait, have I been here before? Oh! This is Sugar Pine Woods! It's been open to me this whole time! I'm dumb. I guess I just forgot to explore after the cutscene last time. Well, we made it, y'all. Yeah, new place. It's a nice bed. I would never place my bed beneath the stairs like that, though. What if you had nowhere else to put it? Where am I going? This is It's giving lethal in the woods. Hanabi, these snacks will stick to just about anything, including traps. Oh. Quookie! So fast that it evades capture. There must be a way to trip it up. Honey Galoop. Quookie. Whose house is that? Mallow Patch. This gooey, crackery mess is evidence of a Bugsnax. Seems to appear at night. That sounds yummy. Is this hot water? Onsen! Onsen stream! That's a goop. Oh! Snail, very slow, very sticky. Likes to stay far out of reach. Ugh. Come on. Snail. I want to eat it so bad. No. Snail. Oh, peanut butter. Peanut butter. So cute. Oh, I think that's a popsicle. Bop bop. Big popsicle freezes anything that touches it. There must be a way to melt its icy armor. Yo. This is fun. This is cool and this is fun. Shit. Oh. Oh. Cookie. Surely they'll just let you nab it. They didn't let me. They hate me. Wait, I should. Oh, fuck. Pick this up. Put this here. Aim. Hanabi. Oh, it's sticky. I see. Cool. Oh, oh! Why are you guys stuck too? I don't know what's up with that, but I'll take it. Okay. The bombsicles are annoying to get. They look kind of scary. Oh, do I have to get them to fight each other? Let me see. You hate that guy. No, 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 no. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, what do you... Charmallow. The snack is literally on fire. Some water or ice could put it out. Loves chocolate or peanut butter. Okay, I know what I must do. I will hide. I will get my sauce slinger filled with peanut butter. I will chuck it at this guy. And then they will kiss. And then I will grab them. Ah! What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Oh. Oh my god, he's gonna explode. Yes. Yes! No! I'm out of room! Oh no! Goodbye, crispy. Big popsicle. We did it! Yay! Buy one, get two free honeybees. So true. We love that. Hole. It's so cute. Wait, Severance? I just sang the na 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 na. Oh. Chandlo. Hey.
Snorpy? Snorpy!
Bro, Snorpy, get out here!
I'm sorry, Chandler. I'm
Oh, they
not
got the
coming
cute door.
outside. I'm this close to finishing my next invention. Return to your lifting in peace.
Snorpy, we talked about this, bro. You gotta go outside at least 1 hour a day. Gotta get some fresh air, dog.
Yes, what I'll get is the attention of the Grumpinati.
What the fuck?
There's nobody out here but us, bro.
Better to work in the shadows where I cannot be seen. Also, it's cold out there.
Bro, if you're not coming outside, I'm bringing the outside to you.
No.
Wait, what?
You cannot lift my entire house.
Oh, yes, I can. I'ma lift your crib, dog.
No way.
My crib, Chandler. I have delicate instruments in here and...
Lift in your crib, dog.
There, I'm out in the fresh air. And I can smell the chemtrails.
That's right, bro. One step at a time.
Bro. I love him. I love you, dude.
Whoa, it's you again. How's that sweet mountain air treating you, bro?
Sasuke.
It's easy to stay swole in paradise.
Swole.
Easy for me, anyway. I'm Chandlo Funk Bun.
Funk Bun!
Wisdom and lifting. I got the full package. You feel me?
I love this guy. Oh my god, hello, Hoyar! Hello! Yeah, I'm back on the Bug Snacks grind. Alpha, thank you! The extrovert introvert ship. Oh yeah. I love it's literally on Snorpy, bro. I love the jock and nerd combo. Wee! I need a jock. I need my Chandlo to force me to go outside.
Nah, I'm good. I mean, I like being in town, but it gives Snorpy mad anxiety. Why don't you talk to him? He's not good with strangers, so tell him I sent you.
He's so sweet. This might be like the nicest character in this whole game. And he hasn't had any snacks, so I'm gonna keep him safe. I will not feed you a bug snack. This guy is fucked, however. What kind of arm you got? Oh, he's got a snail. The cinnamon snail for leg. Chandlo sent me.
Oh, he did he? My poor sweet Chandlo has always been too trusting. What is your business with me?
Will you come back to Snacksburg?
I'm not disinterested, but you're still a suspicious individual. I propose a test. Here, take my newest invention.
Oh, finally!
The Snack Grappler. I built it so that I could help Chandler with his basketballing problem. But I forgot that meant going outside, so you do it, and then maybe we'll talk.
Okay. Snack Grappler. Yo! What is this? Oh! Cool! Oh! Come here! Not the fucking emoji. Stop! Okay, can't be caught. What about this guy? Oh no! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Oh! 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 No! Oh my god! 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 No! Oh no! It did it to itself again. Oh. It really can't. I need it to be cooled down. Okay, can I get your help? Can I count on you to get this popsicle? No, 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 no! Ah! Okay, okay, okay. Oh, wait! Yes! Okay. Get rid of the snack pod. Holy cow. Okay, now explode. No, no, no! No, 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 no! Oh! Wait! Individual ones! Give me this one too. Oh my god. I'm popping off. I'm popping off! I need more space! Okay, that's awesome. Anyways, Grappler's pretty cool. The Grappler. Snorpy turns him into food? Yeah, Snorpy, I'm okay with that. Actually, I'll wait. Do you have hair? Why are you so tall? Wait, Snorpy's tall. And Chandler was small. Oh my god! Short King! Short King? And tall nerd? I ship him so hard. Thought it died. Thank goodness it broke into two. That would have been gruesome. Oh, it's okay. It's just a little explosion. I will say that was all super lucky. Really? The first one didn't break into two, though. I don't know. Got this device from Snorpy.
Nice, dog. I knew he'd warm up to you. All right, follow me.
Okay. He's immune. He's so strong, he's immune. Why are we going down here? Oh. You broke it! Now we can't go back up! What the heck, dog?
Check it out. My own personal dunk zone. Problem is, I lost my balls. They're stuck all over the place.
What?
I'm sure I could get them down without your help, but Snorpy made that grapple thing for me, and I want to see it in action.
Okay. Hoop Dreams with a Z. One of Chandler's orange sport orbs designed for hoop ability. I want... I can't get it? Damn it. Here, bro. Catch! Sorry, I didn't think you would react to it. Nobody else has reacted to that. Oh, put it in the basket. Oh, the other one's right there. Stop.
Ow.
This is where they say, Kobe! I didn't get it. It didn't go in. No Kobe. Oh damn, the dumbbells. This guy works out. Time for some hooves. Yeah. Boom. 2 out of 3? It's clearly 3 out of 3. What's wrong? Sure? I put them all in.
Problem. I'm sure I could. Snorpy made that.
Well, see ya. Am I missing one? What the hell? What the fuck? But I put all 3 of them in. I don't understand, guys. Why does this keep happening? Am I bad? I put them all in, dog. Rip the goat. This bug snack shot is for you. So true. What is that? Oh. Is it glitching out? I don't know. Just doesn't want to register. Why? It's all in. I don't know what else you want from me. Headshot. Alright, bye. Chew one through the hoop? Ain't no way. I can try.
Nice shot, bro.
Doesn't work. He does compliment you though. Oh. But this one. Wait, no! It's gone forever. Maybe don't move with the ball. What does that mean? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Uh-oh. I don't know what you mean by that. I put all of them in here the same exact way. I don't know why it wouldn't work. I did what you asked of me! I did, I swear! I will repent for my sins. Goodbye. I'm still falling. I'm still falling? I'm still falling? I'm okay. You got 3 steps max? What are you talking about? What? I don't know. I don't know. Guess I'll leave for now. Bye, bro. Might have to reload. This game is quite glitchy today. Quite. What is that? Sprinklepede! Likes to climb high structures. Maybe some sauce could get it to move. Some sauce. Oh my god, look at my paw prints! My little Pete's. Okay. Some peanut butter. Everybody loves peanut butter. Oh, wait. Wait. You don't like peanut butter? You love peanut butter. And chocolate. How about some chocolate? What? Hope it comes back soon. Oh my god, its path is long as hell. It's gone. Ah! Oh my god, I scared myself. Okay. What's wrong? Wait. Can't I just grab it? It's gone. Okay. I'll come back for it. Looking into if it's a glitch. I think it is a glitch, but not in the way we thought. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? You know what we can do in the meantime? Maybe loading, like a reloading into a different area will help. I'm gonna go give these popsicles to that guy. Yeah. Scorched gorge. Me with my gorged out of my mind. Scorched gorge out of my mind. Oh, welcome back, resident. Wait, did I even say hello in the first place? Hello. No way the cheap poof is the... Please don't get angry at me. Oh no, another one. Get fucked. There's a basketball in one of the trees in the forest spot. Forest spot. You have 3 balls, but there are only supposed to be 2 over there. That's why the third didn't count. The third is past the wall you tore down. Oh, is that the one that Resident's talking about? That's so weird. Wait, then how come I got an extra ball? They spawned an extra ball for me? So weird. Hello.
If you make both my feet into big bopsicles, but I gotta warn.
Okay. Get ready to be bopsicled, brother. Singular popsicles.
Popsicle.
Should work. Okay. Feet.
Hubba, hubba.
It's just a stick!
Yeah. Sweet relief. These things better not melt off. Anyway,
Skinny
a deal's
legend.
a deal, friend. The bridge is yours. Some assembly required.
That's the thing. I broke it. I broke it.
Oh, and so you know, Cromdomart is not responsible for any loss or injury suffered as a result of the use of its products. Hey, if you need anything else, anything at all, please call your friend Cromdo. Oh, I'm already sweating. It's too hot. Oh, I don't...
He did it! I mean, he's going back. We did it! Yeah, here's the thing. I broke it already. So, like, what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Is this supposed to... I don't know what to do. Y'all. Do I jump, Chad? Chad, do I do it? Whoa! Puffy snack pod. You scared the fuck out of me. Do I jump? We have to. Oh no, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Please don't kill me! I am incredibly sensitive. Oh great, this motherfucker. Haha, I can't climb stairs, you little loser. Okay. I will go check on that last ball then. Thank you guys, thank you. Past the wall you tore down. Oh, okay. I did say hi? Okay. Pug. Hello, Slavina. Welcome in. Hello. Honeybee. There's no fall damage. It might be fun. It was not fun. Not as fun as we thought. Alright. Bop, 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 bop to the top. Slipping, sliding. Ah, ride that rhythm. Bow, 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 da, bow, 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 bow. All right. Let's go find that ball. Past the wall I tore down? Right here? Oh, the camera should highlight the ball. So smart. Lunch pad. Honeybee. Sprinkle peed. Hiding bush. Not seeing Kabuki. Honeybee. Honeybee. Kabuki. Big popsicle. Guys. In the bottom one? What do you mean by bottom one? Mellow patch. Popsicle. Can't be near the popsicle, right? Trees below here? Oh, these ones? Honey goop. Cinder snail. These ones? Peanut butter. Cinder snail. Oh! What the fuck? That is so dumb. Why? 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 I don't think I would have ever seen that without a guide. Oh my god, the trees are all cut. Oh shit! I didn't mean to come up here. Is that another ball? Wait, the ball got reset. Oh my god, check this out! Check this shit out.
Jazzbog.
Yeah! Kobe! I did it. Karen, thank you for the resub! Oh my god, happy 12 months! Happy 1 year! Welcome back. Happy 1 year anniversary! To 1 year Twitch anniversary! Thank you! Kobe! Hell yeah. Your balls have been secured.
Alright, you got my balls back!
Yeah.
That grapple thingy's awesome!
Yeah.
I bet it can grab all kinds of stuff. Snorpy's a genius, bro! Check it out, there's a Cinesnail right over there.
Yeah.
I know it looks like a sticky dump truck full of cars, but it's actually a master climber. Even I can't keep up with it. I always wanted to climb like that. Hey, see if you can catch me that Cinesnail, bro.
How do I do that? How do I do that? Loves chocolate. How do I bury me now. Oh my god, imagine if someone made an edit. How do I catch it, bro?
I always wanted to climb like that.
How do I catch this, dog? Uh-oh, I just sent him to his death. Sweet and sticky. Sweet flying sticky. Wait a second. Does that mean I should launch my thing? Wait, launch my trap and you can grab your trap with the arm. Oh, naruhodo. Makes sense. I think I'm learning. Okay. Okay, wait. No. Wrong one. Open it up. Launch this. And grab. Wait.
Trap.
Close this.
Pull that trap, dog!
Grapple. Oh. Naruhodo. Let's eat. No, wait, I was gonna keep him clean. But now he's gonna get fucked up. Okay, your arms are very important to you. We will give you a foot.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah. I feel stronger already. Watch me vert climb right out of here. Race you back to the cabin.
Yippee! Oh. I was wondering what he was gonna do. Take me with you. Hey, take me with you. I have to go around. Or I guess I can just... Hey. What the fuck, bro? Open the door! Oh god, my strappy. Alright, whatever. I'm learning. Honey bear. Chandler built different. Literally, he has a cinnamon roll foot now. Yeah, he matches with his love. Wait, cabin. He's right here. He is a cinnamon roll for real. That's facts. He's such a sweetie. Hello. I'm here. I've escaped the dunk zone.
Nice, you made it. You got back pretty fast for a newbie.
Oh, you did that on
I got
purpose?
the same time I always get. I guess one bug snack isn't enough to push my limits. There's gotta be more Cinesnails around this mountain, dog.
2 more? Oh my god. What did you want again?
Help Chandlo, then maybe we'll talk.
Okay. Oh god, you're a conspiracy theorist for real. Grumpinati. Not natural. Why? Chemicals. New location for radio tower. Flat. Mainstream pop music. I want to believe. Radio waves. Snorpy's conspiracy board. Snorpy has managed to fit every single conspiracy into one paranoid blob. It would be larger, but I ran out of red string. I can't. What if he's onto something though? Oh, honey! Aw! It's glorp shaped. I'm not glorp. Bug snack shaped. Or not bug snack. Whatever we are. Grumpuses? Is that what we are? Oh, hello, Bloated. Welcome in. Hello. The triangles, they speak to me. Be careful with that. Okay. Aim it. Launch. Catch. Grapple. What's wrong? Is that not... Was I not grabbing it? Oh no, it fell! Oh, there we go. I can't. Snail. Get down here. Or I can do this. Goodbye, Ribblepede. Sinistale. I have to pinch my nose for it. Pachu, thank you! The 5G is making the bug snacks. Oh my goodness. Not the 5G, but 5G is so awesome and fast. Here you go. Sinisnail. Give it your leg. Give it to your other foot. Bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I can't wait to check my gains. But before that, I got a situation. Honeybees flew off with my backup balls. My balls are up in the sky. No matter how shredded I get, I can't fly. Believe me, I've tried. You gotta be my wings, dog. Master that grabber. Catch me those honeybees.
I'm way ahead of you, dog. Let's eat. Oh, look at, they look so cute. Honeybee. Okay, fine.
Honeybee.
Well, it's not like you have fingers anyways, I guess.
Whoa.
No.
Body's
Oh, Grump.
tingling. I think that's the power. Bro, you really did me a solid. If you want me back in town, I'll be there.
Yippee!
But I ain't going anywhere without my main dog, Snorpy. He'd be lost without me. I can't get Snorpy to leave, though. Whatever's keeping him here, he doesn't want to talk to me about it. Says it's a secret project. But I got a feeling he'll talk to you.
He literally hates me. He likes you way more. Oh my god, a bath! Don't mind if I do. Now this is really bathtub stream. Yo, bathtub stream, guys! Hold on. No. Hey guys, welcome to stream today. I'm doing something a little different today. We're gonna be doing a Zatsudan. A hot tub Zatsudan. Welcome. Ask me questions. I'll answer them. AMA session. Ignore the guy behind me. That's a friend. This guy is fun. He's so cute, right? POV on a hot tub date. Yeah, this ain't about him. This is for me. What bath bomb are you using? Oh my god, well, as you can see, nothing. I'm using pure water, baby. Pure natural spring water. Heated by my minion. What the best bug snack? I think. Oops. Let's see. Personally, I'm a big fan of. What do I like? I like Rudo. It's simple. It's cute. I think we all love a bunger, don't we? Big burger. Popsicle looks pretty yummy, I'm not gonna lie. Looks pretty yummy. Alright, let's get out of here. Get Snorpy to go home. Let's do it! Chandler said you had a secret project?
Ah, yes. I wish I could tell Chandler everything, but knowing the truth would only put him in more danger. Anyway, you have my thanks for helping him. Perhaps I can trust you after all. I am Snorpington Fizzlebean, engineer and seeker of truth.
Snorpington?
Here, new chum, lean in close so that I may bestow a hug on you.
Oh, okay.
What an excellent hugging experience that was. We shall have to do that many more times. Now, I need your help. Are you willing to risk your life for the greater good?
This guy's so silly. I would die for you.
Splendid! There is another device you will need. I've hidden it inside the Bugwatch Tower.
I didn't mean it.
Once you have it, I will tell you more.
Oh, I was just there. Don't trip. I was just there. We shall have to do that many more.
Hello? Can you hear me? Ah, that's right. I
Oh.
planted a radio tracking device on you during our mutual hugging.
What the hell?
Now we can communicate securely. Beware, the Grumpinati are always listening.
Yes, sir. He bugged us. Ah!
One of those flying bug snacks has set off the tower's alarm system again.
Wait.
Not to worry. With my trip shot device, you can disrupt the snack's movement.
Thank God it came back. Wait! Stop! Okay, place it here. Aim. Fuck. I will put it here. Aim. Fire. I didn't do it right, I guess. I gotta aim at this. Oh my god. What the heck? Oh! I see. It's a trap. Wait. I touched it. I see. My bad, y'all. Na 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 na. Milkshake's hot. Milkshake's hot. Wait.
All right.
Gimme.
To me for the next phase of the plan.
Ah! Oh my god. Okay, we figured it out. Oh, good night, Steel. Good night. Rest well. Return to Snorpy. I'm on my way. Oops. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's how I'm gonna get the Sandopedes. I'm gonna trip him. Okay, hello.
Ah, chum, I have such a craving for Kwookies. Why, my craving is so terrible that I would like my teeth to be Kwookies, so that I may taste my own teeth, you see.
Ew. Turn Snorpy's teeth into Kwookies. Oh, good thing I have one for you, you little freak.
Cookie.
Teeth.
Splendid! I no longer have to worry about psychotronic torture or cavities.
Really?
Now I hunger for charmallows.
What the
I never have
fuck?
enough charmallows.
Oh my god. I only have one. Oh. I need the popsicles. Okay. Take me there. Okay.
Mallows give off an unusual signal. I believe they may be key to the Grumpinati surveillance system, though I'm not yet sure how. Their signal should be safely contained inside my stomach. Whoa, Snort Dog, you got the radio working? Let's put some jams on! Not now, Chandler. The radio is broken.
Stop! I need that! Yes! And he exploded! Go! Get him now! Yes! Now, yes! It's so hype. Hell yeah! Alright. Just for you. Oh, they did put Bobs on! They put Bobs on! Oreos for teeth? It sounds yummy, right? Welcome to Bug Snacks! Chandler Swall! Snorpy's Tool! Snorpy's Tool? Oh, tall? Something more. Apple, you're really on the lyrics writing rampage recently. Following NL's footsteps? Oh god. Nose? And your head?
Ooh.
You look so edible,
With
sir.
that blind spot
What
in
is that?
place, I can safely return to Snacksburg. Meet me outside.
Okay.
The sky seems cleared of danger. I suppose it's now or never.
Whoa. Snorpy's ready to go? All right, dog, let's do this.
In just a moment, Chandler. You've been an invaluable ally. I'm even tempted to call you a friend, but quietly so I'm not overheard.
Bro, if I didn't think it'd crush you like a tin can, I would hug the grump out of you. Oh, what the grump? Here it comes!
Yay!
What expert hugging that is. You do
Aw.
that hug.
All right, let's get out of here. Race you back to town, Snorp Dog.
Please don't make me run with you, Chandler. I'll go weak in the knees.
If you're not up for it, I could always carry you.
No, that's quite
Blushing
all
intensifies?
right.
Your loss. See you back in
Wait,
town, bro.
Chandler.
They're so cute! Leg day. What was this thing? There was something floating above him and it got stuck in the ceiling. That's so cute. I love them. Bug Snacks. Yowie! Yes! Yippee! Yowie is sugoi. Okay, I gotta get some more of these. So that I can feed them. I mean donate them. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Oh. Perfect. I'm so glad I didn't fall down. If I fell down and that bumped me up, I would have never gone an entire— oh fuck. Put that shit away. Okay, he's about to explode. Okay. Cookie? How much space do I have? I have space for one more thing. Okay. How about I catch a snail? Oh, it's still here. For war. Grapple. And then I'm gonna grab a cookie. How did I get this? What the hell did I do to get this? Those chocolates. Oh, trip! Now we can use the trick. The trip shot. LB. RB. Retrieve. LB. Aim. Okay. Do I need a snack trap? I guess not. Yay! Let's go! I can go back now. Shugoi. Sprinkle peed. I still am not sure how to get this. I guess we could try before I go again. Patcha, thank you. Ah, there it is down there. Oh. Okay. How am I gonna do this? Its pathing is really weird. Maybe some sauce can get it to move. Peanut butter. I don't know what to do. Do I need a trip shot for this? There's nothing to attach it to. Oh, I guess this. Is this gonna work? I'll wait for it to come back. Now I want a cake donut. Cake donuts are so yummy. No! Wait. I have to set it up before it goes. Before it comes back. No! Oh, I guess that works. Okay. Come back down! I have something for you. It's on fire. Should I go up there? I might get set on fire too, though. Oh! Wait! Oh! What the hell is happening? Oh my god, oh! How do I catch this? How do I? Oh! Give me it! Give me it now! Give me it now! Oh! I can sauce the tripwire. Oh! Okay. It's just up there, though. I'm running out of sauce. It's about to catch it on fire again. Oh. Wait. What the hell? When did it come down? Oh my god, it's like a real spider. I took my eyes off of it and then it disappeared. Or like a centipede too. It's like a real centipede too. I had to kill a huge one today. It was so big. I saw it. I peed with my bathroom door open today because I saw it. It was on the back of the door, and I was too scared to close the door once I saw it. So I peed with the door like half open, and like I got it. Oh my god, you scared? Oh, fuck! It's a nutty snack pod. I have to get this one. Okay, I will. Goodbye, inch wrap. Alright, let's go. Wait, we're missing 2 things. It's fine. I never complete my Pokedex anyways. Yeah, but I got it. I was big and strong today. Yeah, I did it at 9 a.m. when I woke up. I guess I was feeling it. Yeah, I went to sleep at 6 a.m. Woke up at 9. And then ended up getting breakfast with me mum at a local diner. And went to check out Joann's again for something. Something that they sold out of, so I didn't even get it. And wow, they moved the cactus. Philip wants to talk to me. Oh my god, I haven't been here. I haven't been home in like forever. But yeah, and then you may have seen my tweets. I sewed. I did some sewing today. I was very productive. And then I took my nap finally. And that's why I woke up late as hell. And that's why stream is late today too. Hello.
Bro, come check this out. Philbo told me you were living here, and I thought, you know what this place needs? Whoa! It's my bad for not finishing it in the first place, though. I was gonna have it ready in time for you, but then all that stuff happened. But sooner or later, Chandlo gets the job done. Enjoy your walls, dog.
He's so sweet! You build walls for my house? Oh my god. It's so nice. His work is amazing. Sugoi. Hanging lights! Oh, map of Snacktooth Island. Basic furniture. My god. Oh, I have multiple. Alright, it's looking like a shrine now. What could this be? Back door? So cozy. What's this? Cromdo Mart is back in action. It's all thanks to you, pal. You can find and close one subscription to Cromdo's Gratitude Plant TM. Put it outside to show your friends how much I like you. And because I'm such a generous guy, your first month is totally free. Tulips. Bro. Thanks again for helping me and Snorpy come home. Found a lot of choice wood up on the mountain, so if you ever need me to swap out your paneling, you let me know. Red Cedar, he's so sweet! Greetings, chum. I'm having a fine time in Snacksburg thanks to your efforts. I thought I would give you this random gift of news and foils because it makes for great insulation and not because it blocks a certain wavelength of mind beams. Good day to you, Snorpington.
Hey.
Hey, Bessie. I've been itching to take another look at your Buggerpedia. Have you got every kind of snack in Garden Grove? Really, all of them? If you have, let me know. Darling, I think Snacksburg could stand to be a little more fashionable, no? Here's a look I'd love to see. A Grumpus rocking all 4 types of peel bug. Please make it happen. What is a peel bug? What's he doing? Hey. Hey, wait. Hey, slow down. Hey. Is he working out? Is this what Akihiko does?
Paprika.
Oh fuck.
To what do I owe the honor?
Shit.
I'm just curious what you think you're doing here.
What am I doing?
They got beef?
I'm working the counter. Cromdomart's back in business, baby.
Don't act all innocent. If you start running scams again, I'll know.
Yeah, 'cause you know everything. And here's what I know. You're not better than me, Beth. Nobody likes all you snooping around.
I don't care what they think about me, as long as I make sure you get what you deserve.
Don't I always? Are you gonna buy something or what?
Yeah, I'll take a tall snack water, extra fizz.
Coming right up.
Sounds yummy. Extra fizz. Sounds yummy. Oh, hey! Interview.
Ooh, gonna quiz me, dog? I'll crush your questions.
God, I can't. His joints look so fucked up on his arms. Getting his steps in, so true. Yeah, it was a productive day. Sorry, that was so belated. Yeah, I had a good productive day. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Keep forgetting about the house stuff because it was added later. Oh, wait, that makes so much sense. I was like, I don't remember my friend playing with this back when I watched my friend play Bugsnax when it first came out. You know, that makes sense. That's cute though. I mean, I don't really do much with it, but pretty cute. He looks like he's holding maracas. He does! Like he's got short arms. Short stubby arms. I can't. Oh, Paul. Who are you?
Chandlo Funk Bun. I lift.
Funk Bun. Lifting is a job?
It's a way of life, bro.
So
Anything that
true.
needs to go up. Logs, buildings, balls, Snorpy. I'll get him there.
Snorpy! Why come to Snacktooth Island?
If I want to push my limits, I gotta go somewhere extreme. I heard
Extreme.
nobody comes back from this island. Sounds like a challenge to me.
That's fine for you, but what about Snorpy?
Hey, I'm always looking out for Snorpy. I know roughing it isn't his style, but there's no way I was coming here without him.
You're so cute, man. How did you two become a thing? Oh, why are we like so nosy?
I don't know what you mean, dog. We're like the sky and the sea. Been together since the dawn of time.
Where? Thoughts on Bugsnax?
Bugsnax are strong. Like a primal kind of strong. Like they own this place, and I gotta respect that.
Oh yeah. Why'd you leave town?
Bro, Snacksburg was a disaster without Lizbert. I couldn't stop all the fighting with lifting or wisdom.
Oh no.
I gotta keep things chill for Snorpy. He's got a lot of that social anxiety.
He's so real. Any info on Lizbert?
Lizbert is top dog, you feel me? She really inspires me to test my limits. But, that's about it. I'm really tighter with Eggabell.
Alright, what can you tell me about Eggabell?
Eggabell's a sweetie. She was always looking out for me. Showed me how to stay safe while still pushing my limits.
They're all so cute.
But she was always pushing herself way harder.
She was working out. I don't think so.
Yeah, she asked me to train her. Surprised the grump out of me.
Oh
'cause
shit.
She really wasn't built for that kind of stuff. We'd go running every morning and lifting after lunch. Though she would get real down on herself sometimes. But she never gave up, and I respect that.
What happened to Lizbert and Eggabell?
I wish I could tell you. Those two were strong together. I can't think of anything that could take them down. They gotta be okay out there. Somewhere.
Herm. Thanks, Chandlo. You really slam dunked my questions.
Bro, that's not... Just don't.
What?
Anyway, I recorded Eggabell's progress while we were working out. She shared some pretty private stuff. Maybe it'll help you bring her back to us.
She's just gonna
Don't
give
let
it to
me down, bro.
Oh, her chest key. Oh, hell yeah. Catch, Triff. Sorry.
Doing good?
How's your research?
Oh, not too bad. Actually, would you mind helping me out here? I dug up this journal out in the canyon. It's, a record of historical landmarks and Bugsnax. I want to follow in the writer's footsteps. So, if it's not too much trouble, would you want to go exploring with me?
Yes! Oh my gosh! I will be your new wife!
Oh, you're too kind.
Fuck
The first place
Wambus.
of note is in Flavor Falls. Meet me there whenever's good for you.
Okay, Flavor Falls. Oh, I'm going there right now. Such a way with words. Chandlo, yeah! We're on a date. Oh! No. I love my tummy and my... Oh, look at my little belly and my little peats. Wait. I can catch them now. I just have to wait for them to come back. But I can catch them now. I'm ready. I'm gonna wait for them to come back. Friendship ended with Wambus. He can have that cactus all to himself. That's right.
Alrighty.
No!
What we're looking for is a big stone grumpus face.
Oh my god.
And a bug snake.
Oh! Yes! Wait, I didn't. Oh! Wait, I didn't donate any of these. Oh my god! Where's the. This one's new too. Okay. This one. Okay. Scan a stone grumpus and report to Triffany. And feed her a pinkle. Fuck. I'm gonna have to cancel this quest. I have to come back. Triffany, not now! Timing was bad. Hopefully we can do that again later. I gotta donate this. You think she was waiting in the bushes? Waiting to fuck us up? She wouldn't do that. She's a nice lady, right? Right? Oh, okay. Don't talk to me, Philbo, until I've donated my everything. Holy, everything is new. You're fucking welcome, dude. This is a lot of hard work. You're welcome. They're so cute.
Yeah. Hey, pal.
Hey.
All right, I could use some practice. They'll be interviewing me every day when I'm a gazillionaire.
His little tie. Let's go. You got a banana for a hand? Who are you?
Business king, sales savant, future CEO of Starbugs, the one, the only...
Starbugs.
Rondo Face!
Oh, your last name is Face? Why come to Snacktooth Island?
You ever smelled the future, kid? Huh? I can tell you, Lisbeth stank of opportunity. She came on TV talking big about this new superfood, and I wanted in. So I quit my dead-end job and followed that stench of possibility.
Okay, did that work? What was your dead-end job? Do you think he was a salesman or something?
I used to go door to door selling gruel to grandmas. Paid on commission for grumps.
Oh, I knew it! Thoughts on bug snacks?
What do I think of? Delicious, irresistible, marketable. They're gonna
Capitalism.
catapult me straight to the top of Moneytown, baby.
Why did you leave town?
Yeah, I tried to make use of what Lisbeth didn't need anymore, and Bethica didn't like that. Yeah, she went and told everyone that I'm a thief.
Oh no. Weren't you stealing?
I was salvaging. That's a community service, pal. But Bethica planted evidence in my hut. Said I stole her diary. So I did what any honest grump would do. I ran.
Anyways.
Oh, don't get me started. Everyone here thinks she's so great, such a fantastic leader. But I know the truth. She came here to stroke her ego and get Eggabell her fix. The rest of us were just disposable.
Huh? He always reminds me of Danny DeVito. It kind of reminds me of Danny DeVito too. I see it. Disposable, that's pretty cold.
That's Elizabeth Megafig. When push came to shove,
Mega fake.
abandoned us.
What do you mean?
I gotta confess, I was thinking about sailing home after things got hairy. But when I went looking for our boat, it was gone. There's only 2 grumps missing. You do the math. I bet Liz and Egg are living large in New Grump City by now.
Oh shit. Calm down, Cromdo. That's enough for now. I love how we barely have any, like... We do not care. Compared to our questions with Chandlo. The tone is so different.
Yeah, I get it, pal. I'm not the nicest grumpus around. I learned early on that life is like a box of trash. You always know what you're gonna get. Trash.
Damn.
Just go check out where the boat was. See what you think of Lisbeth after that.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have it in my controller. Uh-oh. Oh, hello, Skeleton. Welcome in. He does sound like he's about to scream, get on the Hydra. Oh, shit. I don't know that reference. But I believe you. You look like you're scheming.
Hey, pal. I got a business opportunity for you. I got a tip that Tiffany found some sort of treasure map while she was digging around. They say it'll lead to a huge snack.
Isn't that the quest that we're on?
That size is worth. I was thinking of taking that map off her paws. That's where you come in. Get me a bug snack so delicious that Tiffany would die for it, and we'll trade. Then we'll split the profits 50-50.
Did you say 15?
I clearly said 50.
Deal or no deal? Catch a buffalocust? What the hell? I gotta hang out with Tiffany first.
Evening.
Hey!
I don't know if we want to do the main quest. That pat of butter on his head looks so cute, man. It's so...
Hey, mind your own beeswax, huh?
He fucking hates him. Look at the butter. It's so cute and like thick. Alright. Well, my pockets are empty now. Let's go do Tiffany's quest if I can. Can I? Oh shit. I have to speak with her again about it. Oh god, Beffica is up to something too. From Kingdom Hearts 2? Wait, what? Wait, Danny DeVito was in Kingdom Hearts? Please stop taking pictures of me.
Hey there, bestie. We got a new target.
Hey,
Cromdo's
bestie.
back in town. I know that greedy Crumbag has some juicy
Oh,
dirt.
Crumbag.
I'm not talking about his pathetic little lies or scams either. I'm sure you'll find something good. Don't let me down, bestie.
The big Snoop. She fucking hates his guts. Oh, there she is.
What's going on?
Nice to see ya.
Okay. Let's go.
Not too bad. Actually, I wanna...
No. Do it now.
Oh, I wanna follow... Oh, the first place of note is in Flavor Falls. Meet me there whenever's good for ya.
Okay. I don't know if it's really Danny in-game, but Danny plays Phil in Hercules, who's in that game. Wait, which one is Phil? Danny DeVito's in Hercules?
Alrighty, what we're looking
Awesome.
for is a big stone grumpus face and a bug snack called a pinkle. Let's look around.
Okay. Stone Grumpus. Easy. Pinkle. A little harder, considering I don't even know how to catch it. Oh, they're naked! Oh, there's Pinkle. Okay. Stone. Grumpus should be down here, right? Yeah. Wait, that's not a Grumpus. Well, here's a Stone Pinkle. Free inch wrap. Oh! I just took it! How come I can do that? Oh! Drake? Where's the Pinkle? Where did it go? Wait, is this the thing I'm supposed to scan? Oh, Stone Grumpus face. Evidence of ancient Grumpus activity. Did they live in this cave? Mayhaps. You can just do that? Take the jar? That's what I'm saying! I didn't know I could do that either! What? Gotta go check out the other one. Wait, it respawned. So weird. How did it... Was it because of the entrap before? Let me see. What does it say? Grappled away. That's right. Ah! What? Aha! Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay. Awesome. Look at her. Not doing anything. Hello. I found the Stone Grumpus.
There would be the work of the ancient Stone Grumps, a civilization from over 5,000 years ago.
Holy cow, that's
All
older than
that's left
China.
to them is
Right?
statuary and some puzzling mechanisms. Unlike the desert Grumps, these folks didn't preserve their dead. In fact, the writer thinks they would sacrifice him to the bug snacks, like an offering to the gods and whatnot. This means bug snacks may be a more lasting legacy than any of the stuff they built.
Dang. Okay. Anyways, enjoy your pickle nose. Squidward!
Wow, that's a good one. You might have noticed pickle statues scattered around here. These must have been an important food source to the ancient Grumps.
It's everything, right?
Well, I was hoping to find a camp of some sort. Maybe a corpse or two. But oh well, there's plenty more spots to check out. Let's head back to Snacksburg for now.
Yes, Triffany. Stwappy. I want a burger with lots of pickle. Oh, yummy. Yum. Let me see. Have I caught everything here? Flavor Falls. No. I am missing. I think that's the orange. I haven't seen 3 of them. It must be like nighttime or something. Do I want to catch him? Yeah, maybe I will. Since I got so much space for it. Alright. Wait for him to come back. They're coming! They're coming! Triffward! So true. Triffward. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go the fuck home. Yippee! So much content today. And I'm not sick yet. Yippee! Awesome gaming. Ooh. Oh, it's raining again. Lovely.
Oh, hi.
Hey. Oh, I forgot you needed these.
Feed me the sandalpede and
Yeah. 2 sub sandopedes? Why? Fuck, I need to get another one. Oh my god. Alright, fine. We'll talk. We've got almost everybody. Productive day pre-game, productive day in-game. Facts.
You're doing a great job,
Productive
buddy.
gay.
But hey, don't forget to take care of yourself.
Aww.
In fact, maybe you should turn in early today and just relax.
Wait, that sounds sus. Maybe later. They're gonna rob me of everything I've got.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, whatever.
Can I
Take
actually...
care.
Can I buy something? Wait, I don't even have money. Hey, I'm gonna look in your room. Yard sard. The classic yard sard sign. Cromdo needs to work on his spelling. Cromdo's ties. A rather dadly collection of ties. Could Cromdo be hiding a secret? Number 1 dad? Wambus. Radio. How come I can't scan it? Oh. Boombox. Finest in portable music. He's a dad for sure. His midnight secret?
Is all going well?
Yeah, it's going good. He goes to meet up with his child. Maybe you should tuck in early today and relax. Also keep your door unlocked. Also, where do you store your valuables? Yeah, it's like those TikTok comments that are like, I'm a professional and I recommend keeping your windows open for good circulation. Like for good air circulation. Keeping your windows unlocked and open. And keeping your whatever also near the window. Damn, I gotta go catch another one. Flavor Falls? Yes. Na na na. Alright, I'm back. Oh, controller asleep again? Controller-kun! Hello? Okay. Oh. Why are there still only 2 of them? Where are the others? Windows open? Okay. Yeah. Keep your windows open. Keep your doors unlocked. It helps the house feel a little more relaxed too. Come here. They look so yummy. Okay. What else am I doing? Midnight? Yeah. Buffalocust. How the fuck am I gonna get that? Yellow submarine. How the fuck? Let's check the map. New area unlocked, I'm assuming. Okay. Uh-oh, my controller. Uh-oh. Okay. So this is Sugar Pine Woods. Okay. Oh, we have to go to the ends of Sugar Pine Wood to go to the Boiling Bay. Yeah. Should we go there now? Okay. So it's past the tower. Methinks. Or is it this way? I think it could be this way. Oh, Alpha, thank you for the hydrate and the posture. Thank you. Oh! Okay, hydrate. Oh shit. Stretch. Everybody hydrate and stretch too. Okay. Video diary number 4. Shit. Am I going the right way? I'm here. What the hell? Candy patch. Pile of sugar and sticks is evidence of a bug snack. This bug snack appears all during the day, but not when it's raining. Oh. Hey. Snack pod. It all circles back. That's right. It does. How do I get to the next area? Yo. Yo! The mountain! Oh no. Do I have to watch the video first? Please don't. Please. I'm not here for anything else. Ah! Oh, hello. Snack pod. Wow, nice little onsen experience. Nighttime. Uh-oh, another one. Uh-oh. Ah! Maybe I have to watch the video first. Yeah. I have a feeling. Okay. Let's go watch the video. Upper mountain part here is near endgame stuff, so I don't think it's available yet. Am I not near the end game? Oh dang, I thought we got almost everybody back.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay. Whose house?
Hey, mind your own beeswax, huh?
Okay. Green and blue. Oh yeah, the married couple. What the hell is this? That's the barn. Toilet. Baffica. Oh, that's my house. Sorry, I'm purple. I'm purple for some reason. Wiggle.
How you doing?
Hello. Okay, this is their house.
Hello.
Let's watch a video, guys. First it was fire, now it's ice. Rain Dog Grump just can't catch a break. Rain Dog Grump.
Okay.
That's facts.
Fly, and I'll show you my incredible aim. Just try not to hit Bilbo again.
When you're finished with your amusements, come see me. We have work to do.
Get out of here, Floofty.
Floofty! Isn't that our boss?
What's wrong?
My boss?
It's not so bad. They're just passionate about science.
God, she's so fucked up.
Science. I heard about their experiments, messing with your body. It's weird.
What's weird about it?
I mean, look at you. How many bug snacks have you had? Hey,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, she has like 10 at least.
And we're all fine, so why are you getting on my case?
I'm just worried, Bill. You're not acting like yourself.
You mean I'm not miserable? I found a way to make myself useful and happy, to finally take some control over my life. And you're just upset because it doesn't involve you!
I'm not upset. You don't need me anymore. That's great. Go be with Floof then.
Maybe I will.
Oh my. Girl, what the hell are you doing in here? Hey, stop.
Hey there, bestie. We've got a new... I know that. I'm sure...
Okay. Oh, we can feed her the other one now.
Hey there.
Sub Sandopede? Oil? There we go.
Oh, I can feel the harmony building within me. But I'm still not quite there.
Girl.
I'm sure this seems excessive, but it's just... It's the creative process.
She's using me.
Do you know how I wrote Do the Wiggle?
Hard work and practice. Oh, and Granville's man standing. 3 areas of the map you haven't seen yet. You still got a little more. Oh, that's true, I guess. Dang. I remember the ending goes by pretty quick though, right? Stop fighting! Toxic, tragic, Yuri. It's true. Toxic indeed. Bevica, who on God's green earth let you in here? She snuck in. Hard work and practice?
I stumbled into the studio 2 hours late. I hadn't slept in 5 days, and I was holding a banjo for some reason. I couldn't remember my own name, much less what I was gonna sing. So in my haze, I just made it up on the spot. 2 weeks later, I had a platinum record, and apparently, I'd invented banjo pop.
Banjo
Needless
pop.
to say, it's been a hard act to follow.
Understandable. How goes the music?
Darling, are you ready to help me top the charts?
Sure.
Triffany told me about a bug snack in the desert that only appears during the full moon. A creature in tune with the cosmos.
Full moon. Full moon again.
Something that beautiful must
Crazy
also
how
be
time
significant,
flies.
no?
White cheap poof.
Like a campfire.
I can totally do that. We've caught one before. 6 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Something like a campfire.
I can do that right now. By the time I get there. Wait. Scorch Gorge. Let's go. I could go for a sub sandwich. Oh yeah, me too. What kind of meat are you putting on? Guy that ate dinner at 5 p.m. and is hungry again. Yo, 5 is so early. I'd be hungry too. On God. That's it. It's giggling. How did I catch this again? Please don't be angry at me. Okay. I tossed a trap at it, right? If I remember correctly. Gee-poof, 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 Cheepoo. Cheepoo. Chee. Chee. All right. Mrs. Wigglebottom. I have your cheepoof. I can't even. I don't remember how it sounded. Yeah, get a snack. I didn't eat lunch. Oh my god.
How you doing?
Even more valid that you are hungry. Miss Wiggle. Oh, it's got the colors. Chandlo and Sporpy. Snorpy. Oh, there she is. Why are they always just standing looking at each other? Let's eat. Here you go, girl. I give it to your teeth. Oh, looking
Here
good.
comes
Fangs?
the ballad of a generation. Bug snacks, bugs snacks on the island in my mouth, so tasty.
Okay.
That's all I have so far. It's a work in progress, but what do you think?
Oh, that's great.
Don't patronize me, darling. The truth is written.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just
all
really
over your
EP right
face.
now.
I don't know why I bother. I know I don't have any real talent.
Okay,
My whole
okay.
career was an accident.
Damn.
Sorry, darling. I need to be alone for a while.
Alright, bye. Good luck with
Here's
that.
to a hard day's work.
Nothing like a campfire. Oh, he didn't say it. Nothing like a campfire. Right?
Here's to a hard day's work.
Okay. Jesus.
Woo, it's chilly tonight, huh?
Oh. Wait, Cromdo, midnight.
Woo, it's
If
chilly
I
tonight,
sleep
huh?
early. Okay, I will wait for Cromdo to go to sleep. Say the line, Philbo. Held at gunpoint. For real, for real. Meow, meow, meow. They're so cute.
Nice to see ya.
Hello, I just want to look at your nose. It's very impressive. Oh, they're out.
1, 2, 3.
Tree.
That's enough, Chandlo. You're going to make your biceps explode.
I'm not stopping, dog. I almost got it.
You know, I could just make a digging device.
That's not the point, bro. I can do this.
If you insist, I'll go ready some ice packs.
They're so cute. They're so cute. You need help?
Yeah, dog. I'm trying to pull up this stump so I can build a b-ball court. I'm about as swole as a grumpus can get, and I can't move this thing at all. I gotta be stronger than a grumpus. I gotta push my limits, you feel me?
Yeah, yeah. Word.
I need your help to bulk up. If you go find the biggest, buffest bug snacks around, and I eat them, maybe
which one is that gonna
I'll
be?
gain their strength.
Catch aggressive, meaty bug snacks? Meaty? Is it Sandopede? These ones look pretty weak. Meaty. Okay. What about your boyf? Hey, wake up! Oh god, he moved his conspiracy board up here. Hey.
Well, hello there.
Hello. Interview?
Are you mad? I can't have my secrets plastered all over the front page news.
What if your name wasn't attached?
I suppose I can reveal a tad bit, so
Yeah,
long as
yeah.
my identity is protected.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, what time is it? Oh god, I gotta look at Cromdo. Who are you? Hurry up.
I am Snorp Redacted. And I have devoted my life to inventing devices that foil the machinations of the Grumpinati.
Who? Why come to Snacktooth Island? Redacted.
I was dragged here by my dearest friend, Redacted. He thought I needed some fresh air or something. Much as I hate the outdoors, I simply can't say no to him.
How long have you and Redacted been in a relationship? Oh my god, yes! Yes, Grump.
I mean, we've been together since kindergarten.
Also,
it would make
Nanajimi?
perfect sense if we were together. He's never said we are, has he?
He hasn't? Oh my god, they're childhood besties! Thoughts on Bugsnax?
I surmise they are some sort of synthetic life form designed to beguile our taste buds.
Beguile. If Bugsnax are artificial, where do they come from?
I'm so glad you asked. I believe there may be a factory located on this very island, hidden somewhere deep underground. I have charts. Let me show you my charts later.
Haters will say he's lying. Haters will say he's delusional. Why did you leave town?
I was too exposed. Floofty tried to wrap me up in their experiments, now that Lizbert and Agabel weren't around to occupy them. I could see that this was the next step in the Grumpinati's plot against me.
Grumpinati plot?
Lizbert disappears, we are hit with an earthquake, we suffer a snack shortage, all that in one day? Do you really think those are all coincidences?
It's pretty bad.
The timeline is on my charts.
Okay, your charts. Any info on Lizbert?
Elizabeth Megafig was a curious sort, and hadn't a foolish bone in her body. She could rival me in wits, and Redacted. Slow and arm wrestling. We would share secrets now and again. Dreadful, terrible secrets.
I can't redact it. What terrible secrets?
I'm not telling you the terrible secrets because they are terrible and secret.
Okay. I think we're done here.
Excellent interrogation, chum. So great that you deserve another hugging experience.
Oh, another one.
This must not go on the record.
The laugh.
Elizabeth Megafig discovered something on the island and came to me for help. An entrance to the underground, locked behind a strange device. I assisted her in unraveling its secrets, and soon after, she vanished. You must take extreme caution. I can tell you where to find it, but the rest is up to you.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Snorpy gave you a map to a mystery door. Check your journal for details. Thank you for the hug. What? Oh. Making eye contact with the olive. Oh, it's 11. Wait, perfect timing. I'll wait for Cromdo to go to sleep. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, ba, I gotta catch a meaty Bugsnax. Bow, 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 bow. Na, na, na. Isn't Cromdo's house red? Oh, here it is. Oh god. Weird angle. Don't mind me. Alright. Almost midnight. Just gotta wait a little longer. Man, I could go for some ice cream. It's 12. What's Cromdo up to, huh? Oh, the eye contact. He's gonna meet his kid. He's gonna go meet up with his kid. His popsicle legs flapping. Oh.
Not awake, not asleep. Get up, everybody. Come on and do the wiggle with me. Do the wiggle.
Oh, he's a wiggle stan. That's his Oshi.
I do the wiggle, do the wiggle, do the wiggle with me. Yeah!
Yeah.
Is somebody there? You
Uh.
didn't hear anything, pal. You got that? Not a single peep. Get me a bug snack, so.
What the hell? I thought it was gonna be he had a secret kid. Just dancing. All right. Hello, Gramble. You will enjoy this nutty snack pack. It will become your nose. Almond nose. Okay. Oh, bestie, wake up! Oh my god. They don't spoon. They really fell out of love. Oh, I see her. I see her through her window. Oh my god, her backside too. Scandalous. Wake up! Oh yeah, her weenie arm.
What's up?
Hey girl. Actually, I will feed you something. Take one of these. Take. Oh yeah. Enjoy. Wait, wake up! I need to talk to you. I'm gonna fuck up her sleep schedule. Okay. Oh, Koi, hello, welcome in. Hello. Bugs has to say old beloved game. Don't say that. It's only a few years old. Right? Got a Cosmic Crisp. Is that the apple? Enjoy. Dying for a strawberry milkshake from In-N-Out. It would kill me dead, but damn if it doesn't sound good. Oh no. Do you think they can make like almond milk milkshakes? Would that work? Would that work? A good milkshake is worth it. Maybe once, twice a year, every 6 months. Had Dairy Queen chicken strip basket 2 days in a row, so I gotta compensate. Well, I've never had Dairy Queen food. I've only ever had Dairy Queen ice cream. Is it good? Where did the love go? It's gone.
OMG.
I'm taking
That explains why he's
Triffany
always
now.
so jealous of Wiggle. Why would he even hide that? It almost makes him kind of likable.
Is that gonna lead to anything? Oh shit, now I don't have enough meaty bug snacks. I gotta go catch more big meaty claws. Alright. Where was it? Flavor Falls? Catch a few more. Beffica's like, what is it now? SMH. She's like, grump. Just trying to eat. Oh, here they come, here they come. Yes! Yes! The whole squad! Come home with me! Oh, it feels so good. Is there anything else I'm missing in this area? Flavor Falls. I'm missing 4. I'm missing 4 of them. It's very possible that they show up only at night. I haven't seen them yet, so... Love's Ranch. Is that a special? Green. I have a green one. Yeah. Yerp. Looking for new bug snacks. Green Ranch. Oh shit. What was that? What was this? Broken bridge. But not the one from the other area. Alright, they scan these. Oh, now I have to feed the aggressive meaty bug snacks to Chandlo. Okay. What is this? Inch wrap. Okay. Dang. I don't need... I have all of them caught already. Bingo! Alright. Do those foil shreds do anything? It just says they like the snack packs, the snack pods won't respawn until you catch all of them in that area. Alright. We will feed Chandlo. Love the lollipop fly in this game. It's cute! Lollipop fly. Not the olive one? It's the only fast food in my town? Oh my, no way! Wait, the Dairy Queen?
Hey,
Did I miss a
know you've
message?
been
What?
spying on me, Beth.
Oh!
You keep out of my business or I'll...
Or you'll what? You're the one keeping secrets. You can't touch this.
Yeah. You think I'm the only one who's sick of your gossip girl shtick, huh? Sooner or later, you're gonna be back in your cave all by yourself.
Whatever. At least then, I wouldn't have to hear your slimy voice.
The girls are fighting again. No way, she has more. Are you okay?
It's fine. Cromdo didn't say anything I don't
He's
already know.
running again.
It's been a rough day. Why don't we unwind with some snack pods?
Find 3 grumpy snack pots on the beach. Why does it sound like she's off? She's inviting me to do drugs with her. Okay, Chandlo, I have. Hey!
Sup?
Oi, oi, oi. Let's eat. Let's eat the Korean drama. Alright, please take...
Sando. No.
Oh no. He's gonna be so...
Yeah. Sando. Sando. No.
Make your body a little even out. Evened, okay?
Oh yeah!
He's so
You
fucked
may
up.
not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like.
The meme line.
Almost. There's no gaining without training, dog. I got a new exercise in mind. If you're ready to spot me.
Oh, yeah, I've never spotted anyone before, but okay. Let's do it. Yay!
I set up
Chandlo
these hanging
content.
weights all around town. I'm gonna jog around. You use your grappler to knock them down on top of me.
What the fuck? Yeah, that sounds dangerous.
Maybe for you and Snorpy, but this is what I gotta do to challenge myself. Now get me to 5 weights. Let's do this, bro.
Okay. What happens if I miss? Oh, it resets. Wait, he's going too fast. Okay, okay, this one.
Cromdo, how are you today?
Yeah, whatever.
Hey, you're too fast.
Ooh, that's heavy, bro. More weight.
Okay, okay, okay.
Darling.
Keep them coming.
Okay, okay, I'm doing it. Out of my way, girl. Fuck.
Hello.
No!
Oh, hi there.
Oh, this is one too.
More weight.
Okay. Just the last one that I keep missing. Oh, hello, Bueno. Bro looks like he can bench 3 plates for real. And the bar, right? Isn't the bar alone like 60 pounds?
Ooh, that's
Holy
heavy, bro.
fuck. You're strong as shit. It's 70? I thought it was 60. Holy cow.
How are you? How's it going?
Don't talk to me. I'm busy.
I feel swole, dog.
Holy.
Now let's see what you got, Stump.
Oh.
Oh, Grump. I think my bicep exploded.
Oh my
But
god.
that's okay. I just gotta rest up and keep training. With this bug snack body, I'll get there. 'Cause if I don't, who's gonna have Snorpy's back?
Aww. Wait. Stop. Don't look so sad. No, he looks so sad. Here. Take a pinkle on your head.
Whoa.
Don't look so sad. You got pickles on your head. Infused. Alright, let's go to the beach. Beach time. He can't be stopped. He's crazy strong. 3 plates is bar plus 3 70-pound plates on each side. 1 plate is 70 pounds? Holy fuck. Oh. Grumpy? I don't know, it's gonna be that easy. Are they all just hanging in the water? I guess not. Okay, maybe I just got lucky with that one. Wasn't the orange thing here? Maybe I can finally catch it now. Pineapple. Yo. It's time? Whenever that thing wants to come out. Snacky. Looking for some grumpy snack pods. Hello, Queeble. It's 45 per plate? Damn, that's still heavy though. I am overwhelmed. My eye is so itchy. Can't be sad with the pickle head. That's right. You can send your guy in and force him out. Oh, Strappy? Oh shit. I haven't used Strappy in forever. Okay. Oh, Nan, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Let's drink. Thank you. Sweet, sweet, yummy water. All right. Oh, fuck. I fucking broke it. Wait! How do I... Oh! Oh, thank you! Oh my god, that means all this time, all the holes, I could have just sent Strabby in. Oh my god. I forgot. I forgot how to play game. Awesome. Away my way, away my way, away my way, away my way. Wait, can I open this yet? Nor. Is this what was foretold by the nerd? Cromdo. Snorby, near the mountain peak. Hang left from the trail and take a narrow ledge north. See attached map. Oh shit. Near the mountain peak. Hang left. Oh, didn't we go right? Dang. Here's Snorpy. Loves Chandlo. Aw. Hates Floofty. Disrespectful of others, myself included. Oh wait, no. Columbi is my boss. This is... Okay. I caught the orange! Yeah, I did! I sure did. Baby's first orange. Orange. Seashell. This is important. Okay, it didn't do anything. Anyone know where the snack pods are? Trick shot. Now I know. Now I know the trick. Queeble, queeble, queeble. Oh! No! Can I grapple it? That's the lollipop that you were talking about! The lollipop fly! Sweetie fly! Oh shit. Wait. Eventually settles down to rest. Yeah. It was resting over here. How do I get it when it's resting though? Oh. Oh. Yay! I'll be honest, they are pretty well hidden, some pods are. Yeah, I'll say. Especially in like a place like this where it's so busy. I definitely found that first one by pure accident. What if they're down here? Can't see shit. Okay. Come on, Strappy. Go fuck up your peers. He's coming. Oh, another orange. Heh. Beelbug. Like you said, they don't reset until you find all 5 that they're per area, right? Like it's not the whole thing though? The whole map? Fruity Goop. Appears at night. Alright, let's do a little look around. Queeball. What is that? What is that? Too heavy to pick up with a snack grappler. What? Too heavy, then what do we do? Do I launch myself? I can't. Too heavy to pick up. With the snack wrap. I'll still try it though. But I have everything. So what else can I do? I doubt that'll work. Oh my god! You broke my trap. Please move out of the way. What do? Alright, I'll come back to that. Candy patch. Grumpy snack pack! Oh my god. Yes. Oh, 2 of them! I just need... Oh, is that the last one? Oh, no, that's candy. Sweetie fly. How do I get that? Hello. Lock door. Blocking the way to the rest of the beach. There's no way to get it open right now. That must be end game. I remember beach in the end game. I remember. Let's go. Yeah. Raspy. Grow. Grumpy. A little too far away. These are horrifyingly well blended. Okay. Fuck that bag, I guess. Maybe we can get it later? My brain is too small for this puzzle doing. Okay. Who is this for? Wiggle? No, Beffica? We're gonna do snack pods together. Oh, Beffy. Beffy bestie? Bestie Beffy? Where's she at? That's my house. Purple. Blue. No. Why are you in Filbo's house? Okay, here you go. Grumpy.
Oh yeah.
Ew! What the hell? It's honey. On your head too. Oh my god, her hair is gone! Oh girl, you look great.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you look great. We gotta get you one more.
If nothing else, I can always rely on bug snacks. Isn't it so sad that I call you my bestie? I like barely know you.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
And if I did get to know you, you'd probably hate me for it.
Yeah.
Oh well. Enjoy it while it lasts, Beffy.
I just said that. Beffy.
Gramble's so touchy because he never sleeps. Seriously, he just walks around at night like a creepy zombie. Don't miss me too much.
It's true. He does do that every night.
Prompto! Hi.
What are you looking
Hey, buddy.
What are you looking at?
What's up, dog?
Hey, dog.
Later, bro.
What about Snorpy? The mill house. You milling stuff in here?
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Farewell.
Goodbye. Pew, pew, pew. He's never gonna get to have his b-ball court because his muscles exploded.
How you doing?
Hey. Damn, nothing new. I've caught this before? Damn. First I've heard of it. Yay! The size of your heart has grown and so has your inventory space. It can't get any bigger, but donating is still a nice thing to do. I'm done.
Everything okay?
Donate max amount of bug snacks to Gramble's Ranch. Yippee! Alright, okay. Shall we end on this, whatever this is, story? Sorry,
How's it going?
I meant to save. Oh, I forgot. It saves automatically. Let's do... I choked on my spit. Let's do the last one. And then let's do dolls. I'm kind of feeling it a little sick. Let's go. Yeah, more inventory space. We got so
You're doing
much.
a great job, buddy. But hey.
Oh yeah, we gotta go
don't
sleep
forget to
early.
Take care of yourself. In fact, maybe you should turn in early today and just relax.
Sure. Good idea. Break time. Oh no.
Something's wrong, buddy. We better take a look.
Classic. Wait, I want to swap out my flower for tulips. They're so much cuter. Oh. Oh shit! I forgot I can run in this game. Cromdo Mart sign. Donation box. You lasted almost 3.5 hours. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. It's okay, guys. I'm not feeling too sick, so I'm okay.
Beffica, Gramble, what happened?
We saw something
Someone
real
gave her a
spooky walk
haircut.
right into town.
I thought it was a Grumpus at first, but like something about it was wrong.
Was this creature wearing a crown by any chance?
Or was it perhaps holding some sort of ceremonial dagger?
What? No, nothing like that. It looked kind of normal until it...
It turned into a bunch of bug snacks and like scattered.
Huh?
Frankly, I find that hard to swallow.
What a load, Biff. Not enough drama around town for you lately, huh?
Zonk off, Cromdo. Unlike you,
Zonk
I
off.
don't lie for a living.
Oh, wow. So tell me then, what were you doing skulking around at midnight? Breaking into huts? Again?
I seen it too. And this time I know it's not just one of my nightmares.
Get some grumpin' sleep, Gramble.
I can't. Not with all of y'all around here with your hungry mouths.
Don't take this the wrong way, darling, but you are a bit high-strung. A little beauty sleep would
Says
do
the
you
one who's been
wonders.
eating his kids.
Maybe then you'd finally let us eat a few pets.
You say that again.
Oh, they're fighting! Oh shit!
Chill the grump out, bros.
Chill
There's no
the
need for
grump
all
out.
that. If what Gramble and Beffica are saying is true, there's gotta be some physical evidence left behind. Yeah?
Indeed. We should sweep the perimeter and keep watch in case the creature returns.
Good idea. Buddy, do you think you can scope out the restroom? You know, find out what they saw?
Why the restroom? Is that the intruder? Oh, my controller. Zonk off. Yeah, I kind of love zonk off. We should all say that more. What is this?
Might want to get out of town for a hot minute or two. Let things cool down. Judging by history, if this keeps up, we're due for a fist fight.
Whoa. Sheldon. Big Bang Theory. Oh. I see. I'm not gonna get locked in here, am I? Scan the... Oh, I scan! Oh! Bug snack tracks scattered from where the Grumpus tracks stop. Messy, paw-like prints lead from the garden to the outhouse. Filbo. Cromdo. Oh, it's the cheap hoof. Thought it was a banana. Messy pot like Prince. Oh shit, they were gardening. Rusty spade discarded near the sign. Smells like snacks. This lock has been busted open. Something got inside the ranch. Oh shit! Gramble! Oh, Grump! Oh, Grump. Okay, nothing up here. Is this supposed to be empty or did they eat everything? One more. Damn, they sealed it off. Yeah, mag time. I'm looking. Warning, the words no more bug snacks are carved. Okay. You guys know?
I'm not back 5 minutes and we're in a crisis. Grumpa Naughty sabotage in action. Has Floofty been around? My sibling has long been prone to
sibling?
sneakery.
I didn't know they were related.
What a bummer, bro. I thought Snacksburg would be better this time.
Me too. Oh wait, I scanned everything apparently. Okay.
You found what you were looking for? All right, I'll call everybody together.
I'm ready.
Well, what did you find?
There are tracks that aren't quite Grumpus. Someone left a deadly message behind. It's probably aliens. Should we do silly answer? Yeah.
Well, that's... I reckon there's got to be some other explanation.
I can zoom in.
Damn it, Wambo. We got a genuine monster on our paws.
Monster's a bit of a prejudicial term, don't you think? I'd call it more of a cryptid or undiscovered animal.
It's no animal, darling. We're witnessing the queen of bug snacks in action. She's giving us a warning!
Oh, that is absurd. Which is more likely, that a so far unseen giant bug snack politely left a note on our door, or that this is some form of coordinated gaslighting by the Grumpanut?
What's more likely, dear, is that you've watched far too many movies.
Well, at least my theory has scientific data behind it, whereas you haven't even drawn one chart.
I was top of the charts, thank you.
Whoa. You know what? Let's split the difference, huh? You're both wrong.
What does it even matter? Whatever it is, it wants us dead.
Between this and the earthquakes, Snacksburg's becoming pretty unlivable.
I hate to say it, bro, but I regret coming down from
No!
the mountain. Me and Snorpy were a lot safer before we came back.
Same goes for me and my little ones.
No. We shouldn't split up again. We're better off if we're all here together.
That might have been true when Lisbert was around, but those days are long gone.
Damn, his arm looks so
You don't
yummy.
know
Mushroom
that. She
tomato.
might come back.
Yeah, don't hold your breath, pal.
Face it, Bilbo. Without
Rib.
Lisbert, all we have is you.
That's not true. Listen,
What happened?
I don't know why Lisbert put me in charge, but I do know this. None of you were really happy out there alone. We don't have Lisbert, but we have each other. Maybe if we try, we could all add up to one of her.
I guess you're not wrong.
So, we're all staying in town then?
Seems like it, as long as we can watch each other's backs.
If we're gonna make it, we need everybody here. Floofty and Sheldar are still out there, and
Oh,
who
Shelda?
knows if they're safe.
I thought it said Sheldon.
If you must find Floofty, according to the tracking device I placed on them, they're out by Boiling Bay.
And last time I saw Shelda, she was meditating in the sizzling sands. But don't forget about Eggabell. If she's not with Lisbert, we gotta find her.
We will, Chandlo. And once we do, we'll throw a big welcome back party. How does that sound? Great! Now, let's go get some sleep.
Okay. We're gonna get him back. New assignment, mountain climb.
Hello.
Oh,
How you doing, dog?
what's up? Still stumped? Bazinga? No. Bug Snacksa? Oh my god, the X's reminded me of Honkai.
Yeah, bro.
And
getting any
Naxa? However you say his
stronger.
name.
I wasn't pushing hard enough. Maybe it's the bug snacks.
Bro, your bicep
We went
exploded.
way too
I think you're
small,
okay.
You feel me? I've been hearing rumors about this monster snack out in the forest. Wamba said it was so huge, no Grumpus alive could lift it. Sounds like the ultimate workout. Let's catch it, bro!
Okay.
Aw, yeah! Meet me in Flavor Falls.
Oh fuck. Right now? Oops. I wonder if I can stop here.
This way, dog. Just thinking about that buff snack is getting me pumped. Snorpy keeps telling me it's okay if I can't lift the tree stump. I feel that. I love him for it. But he just doesn't get it. I'm doing this for him.
Aww.
The world will crush you if you let it. You gotta be strong enough to keep him safe from all that.
Aww. Oh my god, he ran through. He's so strong. Oh, okay. You waited for me. The star real Alhaitham? Really? I do love Alhaitham. Maybe it's time for me to stand and Naxa too. Whoa! What the? Mama Melon? It's a watermelon!
There it is! Wambus wasn't kidding. That snack is huge!
Wee melon!
Here comes
Mama. Huh? Oh my god! They knocked him out! It's just me! Oh my god, why am I in a fucking boss battle? Oh my god! I'm gonna steal your babies! Wah, wah, well, One pump jump he is? Why are you talking like Yoda? Okay. Wah, wah, well, Try to get the drop on it. Protects his offspring at all costs. Loves baby. Hates. Okay. Hates my traps. Breakable statue. Oh! Conveniently built beneath a stalactite? How about a little... Wait, no? How about a little... Nope. Will it work? I'm not doing this right. Oh shit, you broke it. What the? You know, this... This thing kind of smells... I mean, not smells. This... The Mama Melon kind of sounds like Battle. Oh! Wrong one. What do I do? Wait, I can do this. What does this do though? Am I fucking this up? says breakable statue, and yet they're not breaking. Oh, there we go. How come only works on some of them? What's up? I need those? How badly do I need those? It says breakable. Conveniently built beneath a stalactite. Certainly drop if grappled. Do I? Oh yeah. How do I? How come it only broke one? I am not. I'm trying to get the drop on it. Do I want to? Oh, lure the Mama Melon. There's only one baby left. Oh! Oh! Make it like Bash's head. Oh shit, well I caught all of its babies except for this one. This is the one that's gonna do it. This is my one and only chance. Then Big Rock. Oh, I drop it on his. Okay. Mama. Holy cow. Oh, more babies. More baby. Okay. This is so awesome. I'm gonna catch all your babies. Wee melon. Okay. I see. Thank you for the help. I feel so silly sometimes. Oh.
That was a close one, dog. That snack is on a rampage.
I've
got an idea. I'll distract the mama. You get the drop on her.
That's what I did. Wait!
Come on, baby!
Oh! Sorry, King. Mama Melon! That's Beto right there.
Thanks, bro. That bug could have killed me. It was way strong, dog. And once I eat it,
Oh,
I'll be
that's
just
right. I
as
forgot.
strong.
I thought I died too. Oh, sorry. Here you go. Mama melon. Oh fuck. The pickle head is so good, but I feel like the mama melon deserves to be on the head. Alright. And move the pickle to the side.
No, I'm just the same.
No, you've got a Pope hat
Chandler
now.
isn't good enough.
No!
I spent my whole life climbing a mountain. And once I got to the peak, all I saw was a
Oh,
taller
fuck.
mountain.
Life be like that.
Even if I could rip out that stump, I couldn't stop an earthquake. There's always gonna be something bigger than me, stronger than me. Snorpy's always gonna be in danger.
That is so sweet that that's his first priority. May this love find me. Chandler, wait. Run slower. Oh, never mind. I'll walk you back home, buddy. Watermelon Pope. Oh yeah. Mama Melwins, bug snacks, biceps? Biceps? We tried. That was beautiful. Wait, didn't I say I was gonna stop? Alright. Gonna go back to Snacksburg and then we stop. Oh my god, I have funny TikToks to show you guys. Although I laughed at them when I was super sleep deprived, so maybe they're not as funny now. But we'll see. We will see. We will see. Oh no.
I'm just saying, maybe. Your whole premise is flawed from the get-go. If bug snacks aren't like plants, then no amount of elbow grease is gonna make this work.
Triffy, I thought you were here to support me.
Well, she's got a point.
I am. It's just, you keep trying this over and over, and one of these days you gotta pack it in.
So I'm on my own.
Well, if that's how you choose to look at it.
Marriage falling apart, buddy.
What does it look like? I'm sorry. I'm just about at the end of my rope. I'm done taking it slow. Just give me every sort of bug snack that digs underground. I reckon it might aerate the soil or something.
You don't seem certain.
Oh, I must look mighty foolish sticking to my guns like this. But you don't give up just 'cause things get tough. If nobody else believes in me, I gotta believe in myself.
No, that's
it's
fair.
that or nothing.
Oh no. Plant a snack kiri. Add an enchilito. Add a sherbet. Shit, dude. I don't have any of that. Sorry. More drama. So true.
Hello, darling.
Hey, everybody. You
How's it
want
going?
to... Oh, I like how you actually can't feed
Bye.
him during the day. You can only feed him at night. Let's eat. Everybody gets a wee melon. Oh, watermelon seed. Cramdo, my buddy. Would you like a wee melon as your nose? Oh god, why does it fit him so well? Oh my god, it's perfect. Wiggle.
Hey there.
I want to give one to you too.
How's it going?
Hey.
Till next time.
Wait.
We
Yeah, you get a wee melon. You get a wee melon. Everybody gets wee melon. 2 balls. He's double jointed. Double jointed. Double jointed. Alright, I'm gonna stop here. I hope to God it's saved. When was the last time it saved? Na, na, na. 9 seconds ago. Okay. I'll give it a few more seconds. Did your parents ever tell you the watermelon seed thing about eating them? That they would grow in your belly? Yeah, I've heard that before. I think it was my grandma who told me. I think it was my grandma who told me.
Hey, mind your own beeswax, huh?
It's okay, I never believed it. Oh no, more drama. Okay, last cutscene.
Where's the stump, Snorpy?
Oh shit, it's
removed
gone.
it with my digging device. It took 5 minutes.
Bro!
Oh no.
Thanks.
Aww.
Time, Chandlo.
Why did I get put to bed? I just realized none of us have doors. Hey, I gave it. It was an accident, but it was perfect for her because she sleeps on the side of her head. I'm so considerate. I didn't give her a thing on the other side, so she can sleep comfortably, just like she always has. Package. Bro, thanks for helping me out with the training and the stump and stuff. Sorry it was a waste of time. You're a lot stronger than me in like a metaphorical way. They don't give out trophies for inner strength though, so I made you one. Aww, Chandlo! Thanks for calming the crowd, buddy. The others might fight a lot, but I know we'll all come together when things get tough. Whatever monster's out there, it's no match for our teamwork. Cloudy Paws print. Painted hut. Oh! Oh yeah, okay. Pink oleander? When did I get this? Oh my god, I kind of love the oleander. Gorgeous. Oh. Yeah, I like the red seed. Oh. Goodness. Yeah, we can keep it. Na, na, na. It's so fucking bright inside. Me when I'm filming Blue's Clues. How sweet! Yeah! Cello's so sweet! He's probably the #1 bachelor here. If he was single. Alright! Let's end here. Oops. 36 seconds ago. I hope it saved my home improvement. Okie dokie. GG's! Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wait, what? Oh my god. How come I didn't get a note for this? Koi! Koi's probably not here anymore, but 46 minutes ago, thank you for the $10 tip. What the heck? I didn't see that. Wait, did a notification pop up? What's the point of having a Twitch alert box if I didn't hear it? Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Didn't see anything. What the heck? Twitch. You bum. Okay. Well, thank you. Next time we see Koi, I must say my thanks again. Twitch. Alright. Let's go hang out. Wait, actually, I usually play the dolls on this screen. Let's do it. Dolls and funny TikToks. I must admit, I can't do connections, or maybe I could. I listened to NL do connections today. Oh, I can still do the minis though. I can still do the mini. Alright, goodbye Buck Snacks. I'm gonna keep the music on though. I'm keeping the music on. It's so small. Now it's too big. Oh, so thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the category change, Alpha. Thank you. Okay. Mini. Probably a different connections for you by now. Oh, maybe. That's true. It could be. Oh, good night, resident. Rest well. Thanks for the help. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for the Bug Snacks help always. Adjective that rhymes with sheesh or pitch, depending on who you ask. Adjective. Sheesh or pitch rhymes with bitch, beach. No, adjective. Well, I guess bitch could be an adjective too. Pitch. Hitch. Lich. Niche. Mitch. Sheesh. Beesh. Quiche. Tish. Quiche. Dish. Weesh. Wish. Witch. Peesh. Colossal. Titan. Marine animal. Filmed in its natural habitat for the first time in 2025. Really? How exciting. Like some caterpillars. Some spouses. Bill's time-traveling partner of film. Bill Nye? Letters meaning don't click this in public. Nah, safe for work. You can take this job and shove it up yours. Feature of a winding road. Added to the payroll. Tryers ice cream. Oh. On the East Coast. I'm on the East Coast. Eddie's. Okay. Niche. Niche. Niche or niche. Ow! Colossal something. Caterpillars, fishy. Some spouses are wives. Oh, hello, Max there. Welcome in. In something. Maybe not. Oh, squid! Huge squid? Ah. I quit! I quit. Feature of a winding road. Oh, you're right, wives. Plural. Bill and Ted? Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. Curve. Furry? Furry. Where's the button that lets me look at? Okay. Okay. Not hired. You're hired. Added to the payroll, and then you quit. Okay. Makes sense. Nice job, everybody. Oh fuck, you're right. It's different. Wait, is it? Yeah, I think so. Pencil. Pen. Dice. Wait. Dice. Scoreboard. I mean scorecard. Wait. Yard. Ocean Jones. Author. I feel like it's not that simple. I feel like it's not that simple. Wick, Candle, John Wick, John Jones, John, James Bond, James Jones. Is James Jones the cult guy? No, I'm thinking of Jim Jones. Jim Jones, right? Isn't Jim Jones the Kool-Aid guy? James Wick. Oh, movie protagonist last names. Oh, not the same first name. Okay. Think I'm hitting that ADHD 6-month job limit, fellas. Oh no! Like you wanna quit? Dang. What would the last one be? I'm pretty sure at this point I do have ADHD, but I have not felt. I can hold a job for a while if I if it's like all right enough. Jim Jones was cult man? Yeah, right? Alright, we'll come back to this. Maybe once we get some other stuff out. How about dice? D&D. Fuck. Pen, pencil, scorecard, dice? No? Compose, write. Oh, pen! Like penning? Write. Author. Synonyms for commit to paper? Okay. So it's pencil, dice, scorecard, and you think it's cup or something? Needs for playing Yahtzee. Oh, not D&D. Yahtzee? How did you know? Is that the only game that uses that? I was thinking D&D. Okay, James Bond, John Wick, something Jones, something Yard, Joy, Candle, Ocean, Yard, Chop. Is there someone Chop? Chop? Oh my god. Who is it? Just one. Is it this one? Oh my god. One! I was also watching German Squeaks play Yahtzee last night when I couldn't sleep, so it's fresh off the dome. Oh shit. I was watching a bit of their stream too. They're so... I did not expect them to collab. But also, I didn't expect Squeeze to collab with Cutie either. I do not expect. Is it Joy? Oh no, I'm about to lose because I don't know the last one. Oh no. Ocean! Stick! Candlestick, chopstick, joystick? Oh, joystick, yardstick. Oh, fuck. Dang, okay. Okay. Who's Ocean? Who's Ocean? Little bando. Oh, hello, Dia. Welcome in. Hello. Maybe I need new thing to listen to ease the endless repetition and monotony. No more NL. Is it time to listen to new podcasts? Frank Ocean? Oh, is it not movie? Not movie names only? Yeah, Frank Ocean is an artist. That's true. Okay, let me mute Bugsnax. 1981. Dude, this. Oh my god, this has the exact same chord progression as Cake by the Ocean. Talk to me, baby. Na, 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 na. Go fucking crazy. Ay, 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 oh, na, 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 na. Cake by the Ocean. But it's from 1981. I don't know this. Yeah, it's the same chord progression. Ay, 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 ay. Anybody? Anybody? One can only endure 20 hours of NL a week for so long. I feel that. I feel that. I definitely go through phases. Sometimes I like exclusively watch streamers, like streamer VODs, and then other times I don't at all. Oh, I forgot to talk about it. I watched Corpse Bride and I rewatched Nightmare Before Christmas, one after the other. Watched them both yesterday. This Corpse Bride is actually, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Oh shit, the saxophone. Anybody know this song? I'm just gonna keep skipping it. Sounds familiar though, besides the Cake in the Ocean thing. I'm gonna change my lunch too. What's for lunch? What you eating for lunch every day? It's really good. Yeah, the whole time I was thinking, I almost wrote a review for it in the channel, in the Just Watching channel. I was gonna be like, this is a fucking mess. I was gonna be like, everybody is a fucking mess in this movie. Victor, get your shit together, okay? He's so wishy-washy. I mean, I kind of get it, especially when you're young and you don't know if you want to get married. But like, you can't be juggling multiple girls like this. Also, I feel bad for Victoria. I thought they were gonna make us hate her, but like, she's a sweetheart, and I like that she tried to help Victor. She like genuinely grew to care for him. She's very sweet. I hope she deserves the best. She deserves the best. But I feel like, is there a second one? Why do I feel like Victor and what's her name? Emily or something get together? Not as good as Nightmare, but it holds up well. Damn. Is it bad if I say, I know, okay, Alpha, I know you like Jack more. Actually, between the two protagonists, I don't think I can really pick because I don't really love either of them. Like, neither of them hit like my faves. So they're both okay to me. But in terms of story, I think I might actually like Corpse Bride a little more. I thought Nightmare was pretty fun. But then after seeing Corpse Bride, I think I liked the plot of it more. It was more interesting to me. Because Nightmare, maybe I'm just not a huge Christmas person, but that plot line. Also, I feel like they cleaned up, like the story for Corpse Bride was a lot cleaner than Nightmare. Because when I was watching Nightmare, I had so many questions, and I thought it was just because I missed something. But when I rewatched it, it turns out that I just like didn't know. They just don't tell you things. You're just like supposed to figure it out, but in not like a fun way to me. Also, hello Astaros, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm on a movie rant, movie review rant. But welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. I'm winding down my bug snacks with the little dailies gaming. You're playing Blueprints. Oh my gosh, I've been watching a certain streamer play that. Hope you're having fun. Is it your first time playing? I don't know if I could play it myself, but it looks pretty interesting. I know them well. can't. Doles, checked. Blueprints, recent game, check. Bald head, check. You know how it is. You know how it is. Also, hello everybody. My name is Jazz. I'm a terror bozo VTuber who loves to sing and play games. Welcome in. Sorry, the music is paused because we're playing Bandle, but I don't think anybody knows this song. Eating a sandwich and chips with an apple for work for 6 months straight. Holy shit, CK. I can't. That's insane. I can't do that. Oh, it's Glorb! Yo, it sounds good. Glorb! Wow, I kind of want to learn this. It's good. I went it blind purposefully, avoiding watching Mr. Certain Streamer playing it. Whoa. I'm gonna be honest. Even though I watched him play, if I played the game myself, I guarantee you 100% I will not know how to play it. I guarantee you it will not make sense. But I hope you had fun at least. And thank you again for the raid. O2, please have a good rest. I'm probably going to be ending soon too. But we'll yap for a bit longer. I know this, but the name is... Well, it's okay. Go low on it? I don't fucking know. Cool in the game, get down on it. I want to hear this. Okay, good. Say goodbye to the VOD. It's gone. DMCA'd. I want to hear the original song. It's bumping. 15 years ago. Have a good stream. Thank you. Also to you too. The video effect is so interesting. This video is messing with my brain. It's like when your Windows lags. Is it bad if I say I think the Glorb version sounds more catchy to me? Why does it sound better? Oh, maybe I just haven't hit that part of the song yet. Oh. I'm not gonna lie, I still think the Glorb version is better. Something about the beat. Maybe it's the mixing too. Maybe the vocals weren't loud enough. I kinda like this version more. Maybe you're highly biased. Hey, shut the hell up. Shut up. I like Glorb, yeah. It just sounds better to me. Alright. Well, that was fun. Naruto though, shall we? Glorb is Krillin it? Yeah. Sase's will is Kimimara's will and I will obey it. And I obey it. Isn't Kimimaro the bone guy? Yesterday was Orochimaru. Oh shit, we missed Orochimaru. Is this what's her name? Karin? I don't know who says this. Who is this? Is this Naruto? Ooh, hey, they got the 3 lines. Who is this? Dead green blue eyes. This must be someone who was brought back with a jutsu. Because they're sickly looking. Or they're a little beat up. They look blonde. They look blonde. Oh! Wait. It was Ino's dad. Kakashi dad. That was my first guess. Okay. Ah! Yamato! Shit. What is this? Like chakra wing Who is this? Who is this, guys? Also, who is this? Who's this quote? He is the bone guy? Okay, okay. I don't remember what happened with that. Oh, Hinata? What? Let me see this. Oh, shit! The Viet subs. Oh my god, I've never seen this. What? Spoilers for me? Sugoi. Okay, give me a Neji. No dojutsu. Chunin exams? Okay. Shino maybe? Shino doesn't have eyes. I mean, he's got he's got eyes. You know what I meant. Oh shit. Everything is right except for the jutsu type. That means... What if it's Kiba? Fuck. I don't know, man. I don't know their nature types. Who else? Who else we got? Who else we got that doesn't have eyes? Cool eyes? Choji? They're all ninjutsu taijutsu! No way, it's Lee, is it? He's taiji. Okay, not tai. Okay, so they're ninjutsu only? Oh, Shikamaru? Oh, you're so right. Shikamaru. Oh, thank God. Oh yeah, we know he's alive. He made it to Boruto. He's the new president. Nice job! Nice job! Okay, okay, okay. Okay, guys, last one. The quote. It's just a quote. Who is related to this? Wait, what if it's just Kimimaro and he's talking in third person? Okay, he's not. Who is related to these guys? I don't think Suigetsu's a dick sucker like that. What's the other guy's name? I only know Karin and Suigetsu, but there was the last guy who was nice. Don't remember his name. I don't know who else Sasuke's associated with. Oh, Jugo. You're right, you're right. Oh shit! It was the last one the one whose name I didn't know! Yeah, he seems like he would say that. Literally guess everyone in the group except for him. Does Kimimaro have like a kid we don't know about? Tayuya? Who is Tayuya? Is that the red-haired lady? Oh shit, I can't even look anymore. Okay. Well, well, well. Good job, good job. Last one? Buku Buku no Mi? What the hell is that? Buku Buku? Yesterday was Pika! Alright, laugh. That's not Zoro, is it? No. They had Bartolomeo yesterday. Wait, we heard his laugh like months ago. Oh, Flute Girl from Sound 4. Oh, I do like her. Sound like Sanji at the end. I think it's someone in the Straw Hat crew for sure. Because I think that was Usopp. Do you think it's Sanji? I don't think it's Sanji. Didn't we go through Sanji? It's not Zoro, I don't think either. No. The one going Uo? Oh, I thought that was Usopp. Didn't it sound like Usopp? Listen. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe that is Sanji. Shit! Who else could it be? Shior! Hello! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in! Oh my god, you were playing Blue Lock Project? What is that? Wait, I didn't know Blue Lock came out with a game. I have to look this up. I have to look this up. Oh my god. O2 on stream, thank you for bringing your community over. Hello everybody. My name is Jazz. I'm a Teru Bozu VTuber who loves to sing and play games. We are also ending stream soon. Isagi's birthday is April 1st. Wow. Wow. Hello everybody, welcome in. Hello. Hope you had a good stream. Jellyfish jamming, cute. Welcome in everybody. Hello. Me neither. Is mobile? Is it a gacha? Oh my, I swear to God. Are you having a good time? Oh my god. Who is your favorite Blue Lock character? I actually don't like Blue Lock that much, but I did watch season 1. I watched all of season 1 and I did not enjoy it, but I watched all of it. This guy gave me huge Ichigo energy. Saito Toma, that's right. Bachita is my favorite. He's a Leo. Pineapple. Bachita is so cute. Are there memes for this game yet? Like, the game's animations are better than the anime? It's like On Stars, Stats Racing, and Gacha. Oh. Interesting. So there's cards? I see, I see. Not the twink guy. This is Law's voice actor, by the way. That's Hiroshi Kamiya is this guy. My favorite is Rin. Oh, wait, is Rin the white hair guy? The white hair guy? I like him too, if so. He's cute. Kunigami? This guy? Yeah. Caught. He hates milk-soaked cereal. He was just so Ichigo coded to me. I think it's the way everyone. Yeah, right, Rin. I like Rin too. He's cool. Oh, and oh yeah, the Buddhist kid. That's Ruggy's voice actor. When I watched season 1, I was like, hell fucking yeah, Ruggy's in this anime, and then he died immediately. It's like, damn it. He's religious and he died so soon. In like the first round. Wait, they don't kill them, right? I don't think he died, but you know what I meant. Eliminated. Oh wait, Nagi is the white hair one. Rin is emo boy looking guy. Is it this one? Oh, and this is fuck, I forgot his Seiyu's name. Isn't it Skuna? Skuna Seiyu? Okay, Blue Lock Rin. Oh! No, wait! Who is LGBT in Blue Lock? Rin! This is, he's voiced by my favorite Seiyu. Yerp. His hair is dark green. I thought it was black. Yeah, he's voiced by Uchi. His English is so awesome. The way they made him speak English just to show off his English skills. By the way, that's Idia. For my chat, because we play Twisted Wonderland here. Idia, my favorite Seiyu, Uchi. Yeah! Yes, he's my #1. I love him. Yeah, that's Idia's voice. His English is really good. Yes, Shior, yes! Okay. I see. Oh, this guy's bottle? Yeah, that sounds familiar. Thanks for stalling. I was not stalling. But congrats, Maxter. Congrats, you did it. Yeah, well, I hope you had fun playing. And please get some good rest, your O2 on stream. I actually did not like this show at all. I feel like if you really like Haikyuu, it would be like against your soul to like Blue Lock. I can't. Blue Lock, Haikyuu is all about not being selfish and teamwork and friendship, and Blue Lock is all about being selfish and only focusing on yourself in like the most toxic ways. I can't stand it. Anyways. Oh, Big Mom. Charlotte. Lin Lin. I don't know, there's Fruit Man. Yesterday was Jinbei! Oh! Just give me a Zoro. Give me a Zoro, please! Okay, give me a Law. Okay. Give me a... Before Shabondi, is it Kuma? Fuck. Me holding Haikyuu and Blue Lock in my hands. You are so strong. You are so strong. I can't do it. Jaya. Do you think they're in the Marines? Could be. Oh wait, no, they have a bounty. It's high. It's high. Jaya. There's so much Blue Lock yaoi. That's facts. I did also see a lot of Blue Lock merch when I was in Japan, and I avoided all of them. Probably Doflamingo. All 3 Hakis. Oh shit, you're right. How many people have all 3 Hakis? He's 10 feet tall. Oh my god. I would be like a baby. He would grip me in one hand. What the hell? Wait, he's not human anyways. He used to be a 10 you something. 10 you say? Yeah, large lad. Okay, who is this? It really sounds like Zoro, but not the beginning. The beginning is a little too ominous. But that part, that second half of the laugh, sounds like Zoro to me. He would grip you like the you cat meme. He would grip me and crush me like a grape. Gotta grow big and strong to rep. Hashtag substance abuse Sundays. No! Well, thankfully it's not Sunday. Whew! Roger, Shanks, Luffy, Zoro. Zoro has all 3? Daffy and maybe a few more. I was gonna say, damn, so all the legends and Zoro? Sorry. I love Zoro, but I don't know if he could, because he's like Luffy's bestie, you know? Tenryu Bito. Oh. Bito, not Nin. Shirohige for 3 Hakis for sure. Yeah, all the legends. Okay. Naruhodo. What if this is Ace? Or Shanks? Fuck. Who is this? Who is this? It sounds old, I'll say that. Sounds like they showed up early. Oh, right. Didn't you say Rayleigh earlier? I don't think it's him. I don't think it sounds like him. Yeah, North Blue? Isn't that where Sanji's from? Who else is from there? It's not Zeph. It's too young sounding for Zeph. Borsalino. No, not Garp. Right? Okay. Sanji's North Blue? That's what I thought. Who else is from North Blue? I don't know. I can't wait till I get to hear Crocodile in here someday. Ah. Don Krieg. Someone silly. Silly. It's not Buggy, is it? Okay. Someone early on. It should make it a little easier because there's only a few. Saruyama? Mountain monkeys? I don't remember these fucking guys. Mont Blanc? Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? And his surrogate sons. Lives in Jaya. He's alive. 7 feet 11 inches. 43 years old. No idea. He's just like the Count from Sesame Street. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna cheat on this one. Who the fuck is the Buku Buku no Mi? Oh, Book no Mi. The book guy from Big Mom. Oh my god, this scene was so fucking scary to me when Luffy was like ripping himself out of this thing. I was like screaming in my. I was not screaming out loud, but in my mind I was like, don't do that! And then Nami reacted the exact same way that I did, and I was like, yes, listen to her. That was so fucking scary. All right. Wait, I didn't even get his name. Oh, this guy. Mondor? Charlotte Mondor? Next? Okay, a refresh is a half an hour. We are not waiting that long. Mont Blanc? More like I'm drawing a Mont Blanc on who the fuck you are. Oh, damn. Okay, you got him. Alright. Is that it? That's the last door. Methinks. Alright. Am I? Yeah. Any last dolls we want to do? Oh, wait, I forgot. I was supposed to show you guys my TikToks. My TikToks. If you would like to join me. Scrandle? Oh yeah, Scrandle. We could do that. Oh god. And then I show you my faves. They're so good. Okay. Scrandle first. Alright. Currywurst meat pomme frites. Or one pretzel. Holy shit, that's a big fucking pretzel. Look at their hand. Look at why is it so fucked up though? But that's a big pretzel. I probably get this though. Yeah. Sausage with a little bit of yellow poo on it. or roast lamb for $5? That looks good. Yorkshire pudding and gravy, roast potatoes. That looks good. Okay. Hot dog? Is that a corn dog or a hot dog? Polish sausage and chips. That looks good. Three little poots of mustard. Stop! Why did it come back? Sausage or steak pie. Come on. With chips and mushy peas? Well, I'll take the mushy peas over this sausage. Yeah, roast lamb for $5 is crazy. Buffalo tenders and chips. Oh, but the bacon cheeseburger? I mean, come on. €6? That looks so good. Woo! It hurt me. It did. 10-inch sausage roll. That looks good. But the chicken wrap, I love a chicken wrap. Freaking love a chicken wrap. That looks good. Oh, but this looks good too. With waffle fries? Honestly, I'd probably go for the chicken wings. I like a good crispy chicken wing. Okay, fuck you. I'm staying strong with the chicken wing. Of course, the fried apple pancake. They didn't put no butter on that or anything. No butter on the bun. Lemon tart or pizza. $20? Cheeseburger. Naked bun. Naked cheese. Chicken burger. Oh no. These are both so bad. Why was one cut off? I guess it was too long. Mid off. Mid off for real. Oh, we'll go for the chicken burger. Well, this has cheese though. But the cheese is like... What are the percentages? What are the percentages? Oh, Foodie Scran followers. Scran. Oh, fuck. I guess if you want food porn, you can go to their account. Holy cow. Okay. Mid chicken burger is better than mid burger. I agree. Yeah, that was my thought process too. Okay. Gonna turn off the music. It's TikTok time, and then I'm gonna go. This one was really good, but you need to have the prereq of knowing Shiny. You need to know Lucifer the song, but it's so good. When I got Rod with headphones on. The robber dancing too. I learned this dance like 10 years ago. So good. The percentage is their pick percentage against any of the other foods. Oh, okay. So out of the 10, not with each other. Oh shit. You can't look at this. You can't look at all my likes. Okay, this one. Please. I feel like this one has the potential for NL to find it and to laugh at it.
Please! You make my loins swell up with desire. I need you, and I would love you till the day that I get sent into the heavens above. What?
It's my girlfriend.
Is this your boyfriend?
Yes.
Off with your head, sir! Please.
The way he picked him up so high by the neck is
Off with your
crazy.
head, sir!
I feel like this has NL potential.
Please! You make my loins swell up with desire.
I can't. I don't know what's going with that one. I don't know what's going on with that one. All right. Oh, I love this one too. This is another you're getting robbed. POV, you're getting robbed. I don't know why. These are just so funny. Can we get him off Reddit and on TikTok? Can we please? Riz in the Dark Ages be like, please, please, please. You make my loins. I don't remember what he said. Make my loins tingle or whatever. Okay, this one.
What the actual fucking shit is a thyroid gland?
It's so quiet. Bear with me.
Fucking shit is a thyroid gland. The bitch-ass thyroid produces two primary hormones, thyroxine and fucking triiodothyronine, which control
The way she's nodding along.
Shit is a thyroid gland. The bitch-ass thyroid produces two primary hormones, thyroxine and
I love a helpful Robert. Okay, what else? What else? This is another vocal stim, I guess.
I wasn't recording. Stop, you lost it. Vietnamese food.
He's saying Vietnamese food. Vietnamese food.
Please, once more. Please, please. Vietnamese food. No, I'm sorry. Can we do once more? Vietnamese food. No, I didn't get it.
How many times?
Oh, Jesus. Vietnamese food.
He keeps getting better. He's still doing Jasper County and Chicken Jockey. Isn't Chicken Jockey still pretty new though? Only like a few weeks old. I don't get it though. I don't get it because I haven't watched. I don't know the clip. I don't know. Wait, I don't know why I keep getting these like Renaissance Fair TikToks. Maybe because I liked one and now they're all showing up. I don't know what the hell this one is, but
I will ring the bell. Please do not. Moist. I will ring the bell. Please do not. Moist.
the way he says, please do not. I don't know what's going on. Why did they do that? I have no idea. Surely he caught on, right? Oh yeah, I'm sure he did. He's just very nice. Okay, this one also has NL potential. Please, oh please. Surf maxing? I don't know what that means. I feel like this one also has NL potential, but who knows if he's ever seen it. This is like, this guy came up to these girls and started speaking to them. Like he's trying to hit on them, but in like a very insanely weird way.
Wait, what did you say?
I said that you look absolutely fabulous. You're both wonderful. I just want to come over and say hey, let you know that you are both muy hermosa. Gorgioso. Yes, grandissimo even. But I don't want anything from you. I'm not going to ask you for your phone numbers. I'm not going to ask you for your online screen names. Nothing. I'm going to walk away and leave you alone. You'll never see me ever again.
Okay.
Yes. You don't even have to respond. This is where
Wait, I haven't seen all of this. There's more. This is only half of the video.
leave. You'll never see me again. Goodbye.
Oh, wait, that was actually, I like it. Hey, sir, I'm sorry. Could we actually give you our phone number?
Absolutely not. I said goodbye.
That makes me want him way more.
Is that guy bugging you?
No, he's really cool. Sorry.
Okay, that has to be staged. That has to be staged. I did not watch that video all the way through. That's crazy. Do I have anything else? I don't think the others. Oh, nope. This one's pretty good. This one's official. From the official TikTok account of Scooby-Doo.
Like right, man.
I'll start cranking.
This is official.
I'll start cranking. And I'll keep hanging on.
He still can't reach it.
Open the back door. That's it. That's it. That's it. Watch me swing right in.
Oh my god. It's a magnitude 9.0 cuntquake. Amazing. Oh, hello, Sonzai. Welcome in. Hits on girls, refuses to ask for their number or give his number, leaves. Yeah. Pretty immaculate bit. Yeah. I rarely go on TikTok, and one of the first TikToks I saw was this. Just now? Let me see. No! Is it gonna pan to a woman? It says, when the bald puzzle game streamer in his 30s was right all along. Oh, I thought it was gonna pan to a woman. That would have made it so much worse. Shake it, Shaggy. I'm sorry, rake it, Raggy. Watch me swoons right in. Is that what they say? Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, this one is really weird. I don't know what this is, but it feels wrong. I don't. They're so freaky. Why are they so freaky? TikTok is crazy. Oh shit. What is this? Is this... Oh! Swoos! Okay, you guys should click on that link that CK sent. I don't know. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Here's a lady screaming at a groundhog.
Go away! Go away! Go!
Good thing she didn't overreact, huh? That's me. I overreact like that. How to work out while someone's trying to steal your bag. Classic? Classic? I gotta... Why do I love all these like POV getting robbed memes? They're so fun. Yeah, the groundhog was just chilling. being chilling. Okay, I have another one. POV, you get mugged while listening to smut.
You, Sarah's Fane. I'm about to introduce you to all seven gods. You, Sarah's Fane. I'm about to introduce you to all seven gods.
This one is like... It's funny to me because it's extra violent than the other ones. And it's so silent. It's so quiet. All right. That might be the last one. The rest, I'm going back too far. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. Wait, I need music. It's so awkward. All right, everybody. Well, I had it muted here too. Oops. Thank you for watching my funny little TikToks with me. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me and the bugs. Thank you. Had a lot of fun today. We made pretty good progress. I have a feeling we can probably finish the game next stream. So next week, if I do Bug Snacks on Wednesday again, I have a feeling I can probably finish it. If not, then I think just 2 more streams should do it. It's not too long. Yeah, did I go through all of my talking points today? Let's see. Talking point 1. Air fryers are amazing. Soggy waffle. Yes. 3 hours sleep. Facebook Marketplace experience. Oh yeah. I had like 8 people reach out to me to buy the thing that I was selling. Last time I sold something on Facebook Marketplace, I got like nobody wanted what I was selling. So I was like, I gotta make this one cheap. Gotta make it cheaper. And I can't expect much. And then I set it up. Didn't even clean out. I was selling like a drawer cabinet thing that I have. I didn't even clean it out yet. Like I took the picture of it still on my desk. Because I was like, alright, well, if someone's interested, I'll clean it out then. And then I went to go shower. I came back an hour later and I had the pings would not stop. People kept messaging me being like, is this still available? Is this still available? Is this still available? And I didn't know what to do. I picked someone random and I was like, hey, you want? It's still available. You want it? And shit is scary. Last time I also remember having a hard time like actually selling it. Like you message people and they don't message you back. You're like, yeah, it's still available. Are you interested? And they just don't respond. So I feel like Facebook Marketplace is like the live time is very, very short. You better respond ASAP or else people are gonna be like, never mind, I don't want this anymore. So yeah, crazy. I had a good yeah, it was good luck that the first person I reached out to ended up taking it. And they were not a creep. They were just a normal mom. I wish I had more of a story to tell, like an NL neighbor story, but I don't. Oh shit, wait, I forgot. There were NL clips I wanted to show you guys too. And Dream, hello! Hello, Dwayne. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture. Thank you. Oh shoot, I forgot to respond to your DM. I will join. I want to play. Birthday game with Dream. Facebook Marketplace is wild. It is. I had people responding to my tweet being like, I love Facebook Marketplace. And I'm like, okay, but I'm talking about being a seller. They were all talking about how they got good deals on Facebook Marketplace. But I'm like, I'm talking about selling. I'm talking about selling on Facebook Marketplace. It fucking sucks. It's scary and uncertain all the time. It's pretty ass. And I got up at 9 a.m, which is like 8 hours earlier than I usually wake up, just for $20. But it's fine. It's fine. She was just a normal mom, dropping her kids off work. I mean, dropping her kids off at school, which I guess is work for kids, I guess. And yeah, I just handed it off and that's it. No conversation or anything. Yeah, normal experience is nice. Yeah. Otherwise, it would probably scare me into never giving out my address ever again. Door pickup, scary. But also, I'm not gonna go meet them somewhere because I'm lazy. Putting them kids in labor. I didn't mean it like that. Time to take the kids to work. I can't. Okay, Facebook Marketplace. Talked about that. Sewing. Oh yeah, my grime guard. Oh yeah. Well, you guys will see it on Friday because we're doing the handcam stream on Friday, right? Yeah. Got more progress done. I got the Q-Snap, the frame that was on my throne. Thank you again for gifting me the frame. Yeah, I can use it now. I won't have to get my fabric all messy or dirty. And I sewed a little like cover for it today. It's very cute. I can't believe people sell it online. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but people like make their own and sell it. And I made my own today for free, basically. My fabric and thread that I already have. Very awesome. Can't wait to test it out. But yeah, that'll be Friday. And yeah, today is Wednesday, right? Yeah, today Wednesday, Friday, and then Saturday we're gonna marathon Persona 3's finale. I hope it won't be a 10-hour long stream. Shouldn't be too bad though. I think at a certain point it'll just start what's it called, like it'll just keep rolling, it'll just keep going, like there's there's like it'd be weird to stop. So yeah, I'm excited. P-Choba. Oh, P-Choba? Wait, am I saying it wrong? I'm so excited to see how it ends, but also dreading that it will end. Me too! The cast is so amazing. I love every character. I'm actually so surprised that the P3 remake, like P3 Reload, made me love every character so much. I had like, I really didn't care about Shinji. I didn't care about Junpei. I didn't care about Ken back when I played it. I think a bit of it could be the art. They did not look that good. They did not look that good in the art style before. But also, I don't know, they just weren't as likable to me. I feel like they did a good job on the rework. The remake was actually a remake. And the text and dialogue and everything really makes you care about the characters. But yeah, I don't think... Oh, we will cry. We will cry, but probably like really late. So you can bring tissues later. Yeah, that'll be Saturday. Yippee! Okay. NL clip. NL clip and then I leave. Where is it? Oh! Actually, I might have... I think it's not NL clips. I have Iwiwa clips. Guess what? So you know how we work so hard to... we work so hard to get Fuka to be a girlfriend on Christmas, and then nothing happened. Turns out there is a Christmas cutscene with your girl, but I just didn't get it because you're supposed to ask them on Christmas Eve, which makes sense. That makes sense. But I didn't get it since we became dating status on Christmas Day. But I saw I can't. You get to have a special cutscene that I didn't get to see. Saw some P3P gameplay and the art is really nice for P3R. Yeah, right? Once you see the difference. It's like the art style back then was fine. That was just the Persona art style at the time. Same with like P4. But P5 is when the art style is like really yummy. You tried really hard on Christmas Eve too, but nobody was available. It's true! It's true! It's okay, I ended up having beach day with the boys in P5 art because I had no GF. Me too! I'm always with the boys in every Persona game. In P4 too! Hanging out with Yosuke. I can't. I don't know. Like, I'm just really slow with romance routes. Like, I'd rather go for the more interesting ones rather than like having to do with possibly rejecting someone. I can't. Okay, well, anyways, I wanted to show. She's so... Oh, God. She's so funny. Wait. This is the wrong... Ew. This is the wrong clip. This one. Oh.
Like where?
Sorry.
This place is awfully bright. Do you mind if we go somewhere else?
Like where? Spent time with her until night fell? Hey, take me too! How come I spent time with her but I don't even get to see? Hey! What about me?
Oh, I lied. It was on Christmas Eve? Yeah, I don't think anything else happens.
It's
yeah.
Christmas.
Nothing happens on Christmas Day. Fuck, it was Christmas Eve. It was Christmas Eve. So we were already way late. But yeah, that was so funny. I was like, damn. We missed out. We missed out. I was focused on getting the things I wanted. Now I'm being a whore. Oh my god. A whore and dating everyone. I'm gonna get Stardew Valley'd. Wait, what happens in Stardew Valley? If you date everyone. And they didn't even get the cuck chair. Nor. The way she said, take me too. Did I really not have an NL clip? Or maybe I just had like the whole thing. I'm sure they had something.
Get ready for it. You
Oh
hear the
god,
clicks,
oh
man?
god, no. Oh yeah. I watched him play Sirocco today. I watched him for so long that I got a drop for it for the game. Anybody gonna play Sirocco? Anybody? It's a MOBA, but it's like League, but you're on a boat. You're in a ship. They find out and get mad and gang up on you. Oh, that's classic. That's classic Persona. Oh, okay. This is the one. This is the one. This clip was so funny to me. It's the new one, and then runs into a chatty old lady at the grocery store.
Dude, this reminds me, I gotta tell you a story from the grocery store. 'Cause
I
this
wish-
is the kind of stuff that I don't buy.
I wish this stuff happened to me, but I think people just don't like talking to me. Some might even say Boda. Oh yeah, a Boda. I did play it, by the way. It's aight. Would you play again, or are you instantly uninstalling?
At the grocery
Oops.
store, I'll buy food that's bad for me, but I'd rather get it from like a good bakery. So we were at the grocery store yesterday. By the way, chat could corroborate this because someone recognized me at the grocery store. There's photo evidence of at least me being there when I said I got there. When we were in the produce section getting some apples, an older lady came up and started talking to us. And by older, I mean ancient. Like, not to be rude, but it sets the stage for the story. Like old. So she started talking, and I'm not an evil person, believe it or not. She's talking, and I'm not that interested, but I also feel like she's lonely. So I'm doing my part. My parents are there too. We're keeping the conversation going. Even though I didn't get a chance to like say
It's only 3
anything,
minutes
I
long.
basically
It's only
just
3
said
minutes
hi,
long.
and then she told me like, this is the school I went to. My dad built the house that we used to live in 1952. We lived there for 60 years. Then I married, like I knew her life story, right? She was like, I married an American man in the 1960s, and then we moved to Maryland, and I lived there for 40 years. But now that he's not around, I figured, what am I doing in the US? So I should move back home. And we were talking for like, literally like 7-8 minutes, just standing still in the produce section, right? And she's been rambling without us being able to get a word in edgewise. And then she says, how old do you think I am? And my mom got in there first. And let me just put it this way. She did not look 70. My mom said, 70?
Oh, like they were being nice.
And I said, you screwed me on this one, Mom. I went, maybe 72. And then my dad was third in the line. And he went, I'm going to say 75. And then she went, you won't believe this. I'm 82. And we went, what? No way. I hope I look that good when I'm 82.
Classic.
And then I swear to you, she said, do you know what the best part is? And then she reached around in her pocket and she pulled out her fucking car keys and went, I still drive. And we were like, it's the funniest comedic timing of any random conversational encounter I've had in a long time. Like she She hit the QTE at like the perfect time. It was so good. But I swear the whole story has been true. She asked us all if we could have a hug, and then we hugged her, and then my daughter said no, and she said, okay, I respect that. And I said, good, honey, you can set your own personal boundaries. And then she said, I'm just gonna go hug the worker over there. Every time I'm in here, I hug all the employees. And then I looked at the employee and I went, is that true? And he went, yeah, every time. And then we took that as our opportunity to say, like, nice to meet you, we're gonna go. The look on the worker's face though was like, yeah, every time she's in here.
That is a pretty crazy story, but my funniest part, my favorite part is just the way he said, I still drive. I don't know why, it sounds so cute.
In the line, and he won't believe this. I'm 82. And we went, what do you, she said, do you know what the best part is? And then she reached around in her pocket and she pulled out her fucking car keys and went, I still drive.
Why is that so cute? I still drive. Aw. Yo, my grandma's around that age and she still drives too. And she is scared of it, but she's pretty good at it still. But yeah, maybe they shouldn't be driving for too much longer. It's a little scary. All right. Anyways, thank you for the sorry for the million clips. Yeah. Let us should we raise someone new today? Twitch recommendations, save me. I wish the old people I'm around were funny and not evil, like my boss that I hate. Oh my god, I should quit my job tomorrow. Oh my god, CK! That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay. Want a suggestion? Oh, I was gonna use a Twitch suggestion, but sure. Is it someone I know? And don't say Mango. I see he's live right now. Ludwig is playing League of Legends? Bow, 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 bow. The intrusive thoughts. Be careful, CK. Does that mean that you're good on the finances though? Like your medical stuff is all good? Oh, Mia! Is Mia streaming right now? Oh my gosh, I don't see them. What the heck? Wow, that's right! You came from Mia! That's right! Okay, well if they're live, I will raid. Dang it. Freaking Twitch only shows like a few people. Oh wait. Show more. Wait. I still don't see it. Do I have to refresh? Okay, let me check. Mia Galactic. Oh, they are live. Hardcore 24. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my god! I don't see them because I'm not following? What? Oh my god. I'm a fake fan. Wait, but we've been mutuals. Wait, they don't have their Twitter linked anymore. Did she delete Twitter? Oh no, it's still here. Okay. We're mutuals. We're moots on Twitter. Oh my goodness. I'm a fake fan. Time to rage and follow. It's gonna be so awkward. It's gonna be so awkward. Your VTuber avatar looks very pretty. Oh, thank you so much. Welcome in. Hope to see you again some other time because we're ending soon. But thank you. If only you could quit your job for 5 months and come back. I feel that, brother. I feel that. She's mainly on Blue Sky things. Yeah, I see that. I see that. That's what she has linked on their Twitch. Dwang. Okie dokie. Well, let's raid Mia. How embarrassing. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I'm just a little silly guy. I made a mistake. Never followed someone who I thought I was following. You know, it happens all the time. Mia Galactic. Okay. Well, thank you, Nan. Great suggestion. Great suggestion. I'm very grateful for her raids. Dang, I can't believe I've never... Haven't we raided Mia before, though? I don't know. Oh, shit. Thank you, Alva, for the commands. Thank you. Yes, feel free to listen to my new cover. Join the Discord if you would like. Thank you. And please grab the raid message. Oh, I still haven't updated my raid message either. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you, Nan. Okay. The glorp. Wait. That works perfectly because Mia's very glorp coded. Or not glorp, but like spacey. Galactic, one might say. Is this gonna work for me too? Okay, thank you. Can I steal that? Can I just put that in? We're gonna replace our old raid message with this one. Or this will be our new sub raid message. Shoot, let me just pull up Stream Netherlands now so I don't forget. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for hanging. Thank you for snacking on bugs with me today. That was fun. I'll see you guys on Friday for crafting time. For hand cam crafting time. It's updated. Wait, no. Sub raid. Oh shit. Well, yep. There we go. Okay, bye guys. Bye.